here. It's big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I'm joined tonight by the Tuckster, David Tuckman. How are we doing tonight, David?
I'm doing okay.
Okay,
I'm a little reserved.
We'll get into that a little bit later. Of course, I am back from my MC duties at the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
The last couple of days. I really appreciate them giving me the opportunity to do that. Tonight we're going to be doing our traditional big no-limit game, Dave. 10, 20 blinds. A lot of the people that are familiar with the show will see some of the usual characters in the game.
Right.
So without further ado, let's get to it.
Let's do it.
Go around and introduce the table here.
There you go. And seat one actually is nobody right now. There you go.
We have a big
Invisible
board
Man.
for the game, though.
Big board. Supposedly a guy named Mike might be coming in. Maybe that's Corporation. We'll see. Seat two is Joe. Joe win. There you go. Hopefully Joe will win and not lose tonight. Go. Seat three, and there's seat one is Mike. Just get a little look at him. We'll call him Cal for now. There we go. Cal, and then Joe in seat two. Tony in seat three. And now look at them. Seat four, we've got two. And she's new to this game here. It's a pretty big game for her.
Yep,
Curious to see how she plays here. Seat five, we've got Ed there. And seat six, we got, I'm told, Mr. Kim. Seat seven is our familiar Dr. Beebe. He loves that seat seven, doesn't he?
Yep.
Seat eight, we've got Mo. Action Mo, there he is, everybody's favorite. And seat nine is Barry. It's Barry Woods.
It's interesting, Dave. Seat 7 is Dr. Beebe's favorite seat. That's like saying Tuesday is my favorite day. Usually people want to sit in seat 1, seat 9, seat 5. I've never really seen someone whose favorite seat was seat 7 on the corner there.
Yeah, it's an odd place, I suppose. Most people are pretty common. Most people don't like seat 5, right in the middle.
Oh.
And seat 1, I'm getting word that his name is Andrew.
Okay, and he's got stacks and stacks of white chips there, Dave. I think he's getting some of them colored up. Of course, the brown chips in this game are $10 chips. The purples are $25 chips. The whites are 100s. The big green ones are 1,000s. And the blues are $1 chips. Of course, we have pinks as well, which are 5,000, but normally we don't see that at this table. We saw that at the 50-100 game that we did on Wednesday.
Right.
And seat one's actually buying in for $6,500, Dave. Something I didn't really get a chance to get out because I was trying to let Barry talk as much as possible on Wednesday night was It was a bit of a strange game on Wednesday, being 50-100 with a $5,000 max. That's like literally playing our 200 game.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a $5,000 max.
max. It was restricted buy and no limit game. I understand they do that on the internet. But it's like you get 50 times your big blind to start with.
Oh.
It's almost like the 200 game where the blinds are 3-5 and you get 40 times your blind to start with. It's a restricted buy and no limit game.
Was it a freeze out?
No, it was a cash game. You could rebuy, you could bring it back up to 7,500 when you got down to 2,500. Wow. But it was a little bit odd. I've never seen a restricted buy-in game that big. Looks like Mo raised here. King 10 of diamonds out of seat 8. He made it 150 to go, and he's going to take it down there.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. $5,000 with 50-100 blinds. I can only guess that a lot of those players that I saw that were in the lineup, Yosh and the Kurai guy.
Yeah, Ken
Berg.
Ken Berg, yeah.
And a couple of those, they play a lot of high limit games here. And I don't know how comfortable they are playing no limit cash game for. They usually have $100,000 in front of them.
And kind of the way that the play was, going in some of the pre-flop selection, even Barry said it too, was that these guys did not have a lot of no-limit cash game experience.
Yeah, and I would bet that.
Yeah.
And I think it was one of those things where they said, okay, well, if you make it a restricted buy-in game, you make it a $5,000 buy-in game, these guys will be a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
They'll, $5,000 to most of these guys is nothing.
Right.
They can throw it around like that.
Right. Mo's got pocket aces over there in seat 8. Mr. Kim has limped in with queen jack of diamonds, it looks like, and Mo's going to raise it up. Dave, it looks like he made it about 90 to go there. And Andrew, of course, we know Andrew. He's the gambler, Dave.
Andrew's a very big gambler.
He's like the Jesus of this table. This is going to be a great show. And look at Action Joe come in with deuce 9 and diamonds.
He's in really bad shape. He's sharing the 9 with Andrew.
Seat
He's
5
the
is in there,
diamonds.
too. We can't quite see his cards.
He's sharing the diamonds with Mr. Kim.
So Ed is called here in seat 5. And he's got queen deuce offsuit, Dave. I have a feeling we're in for some action tonight. Mr. Kim calls with queen jack suited.
Wow. I mean, this is like,
$450 pot to the flop. 8, 5 jack, couple of spades.
I was about to say that Mo is in pretty good shape because everybody seems to be sharing each other's cards. There's 2 queens out there, 2 9s out there. Diamonds are out there.
Let's see how involved Mr. Kim gets in the hand. Looks like he's going to bet out right away here with the top pair. He bets 100.
That's a really weak bet.
Yeah, and Mo's going to come right over the top here. He's going to raise it up. Looks like 500 straight there, Dave. So 500 total. Back over to Andrew. And we've seen Andrew make these calls to a bet and a raise with second pair many times. But this time he's going to let it go. Joe lets it go. Ed is out. And now Mr. Kim is in a tough spot here.
Yeah. He does not have any diamond redraw.
Yeah.
And obviously he'd be hot behind to a lot of hands. Pocket queens, pocket kings, pocket aces.
And he's going to think about it here. And you know, the funniest thing about that game, Dave, on Wednesday, if you really, really break it down, I would think that the best strategy to play, and Mr. Kim lays it down the hand, the best strategy to play that game is to play it like a restricted bind game. You're playing, again, I understand the stakes are high, but the chips are just chips. You're playing in a game that's a restricted bind game where you get 50 times the big blind. Kind of brings you back to what's the best strategy for that game in the beginning. ABC, usually. Pretty straightforward. You're not going to have a whole bunch of chips to mingle around and play around with and make a lot of moves.
Well, that's the thing. If I've only got $5,000 in front of me, or let's say even less, let's say I have $4,600 after a couple of rounds.
Right.
I have $4,600, and a guy raises in late position and makes it, say, $600 or $700 to go.
Yeah.
Do I really want to call with pocket 5s or pocket 4s now?
No.
I don't know if I'm getting the odds anymore to do
Just
that.
take off a couple zeros and it's the same game.
Exactly.
Think of it as a $500 game, 5-10 blinds, and it's a restricted bind.
Right. $5,000 is a really small small max for that game.
Yeah. A couple limpers here. Barry Greenstein was also talking about the fact that they've incorporated a no-limit hold'em game into some of their high-limit mix games, Dave, but they play it with a $100,000 cap in each pot. So he says it kind of turns into somewhat of an all-in pre-flop fest sometimes.
Okay. We got a $120 pot here.
Limped around, looks like 7 ways. And the flop comes 10-3-6.
And Mo's on fire. Mo's got 4-5. He's open-ended with a backdoor flush draw.
And Ed is going to bet here with top pair. He bets 150. Looks like Mo's going to smooth call here with the open-ended straight draw. And we're going to be heads up, Ed against Mo, queen 10 against 4-5. The turn is a 3. I believe Andrew would have made trips if he'd stayed in with his ace-3 over there in seat 1. Ed bets 300, Mo mucks, and Ed's going to take down the hand.
That's sometimes the problem with going for draws in this no-limit game. Usually you're really just going for one card. Rarely, if the player against you is good, he won't let you get to the river.
Yep. Dave, we want to go into more detail. I think you mentioned it last night. The rumors are true. Live at the Bike will be changing their schedule starting September 12th from a Monday through Friday format from 6 to 9 p.m. As we see an early chip count there, Andrew has bought in for the most. This game has only been going for about a half an hour, Dave. So this has not been going a long time.
Over $25,000 on the table right now.
Of course, if you want to follow a live thread started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on tournament poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we are right there. Questions, comments, suggestions? What do you think about that time change? We're definitely going to it, but we'll listen to you anyways.
Yeah.
We
don't really care what you think, but hey.
Mo's going to make it 90 to go here with pocket nines. BB's limped in with a king 8 suited.
Take it down.
There you go.
Look at Dr. BB. He really dressed up for this one, huh? Black jacket. Looking smart.
Dave, I got to tell you, I had a wonderful time last night. Jennifer Tiller won the ladies event 3 here at our ladies' night.
Right.
At the bike on the WPT. And her and Phil Locke have guaranteed me that they're going to be coming on the show.
Oh,
more
super.
often
Wonderful.
in
More
the future.
often. How about this?
Now, we've heard that Phil Locke is a really, really good no-limit hold'em cash game player.
Yeah, I've actually never seen him play. I mean, I've seen him in games when I was at the Bellagio, and I've seen him at other casinos, obviously. But I have to take a word from actually Gore and Jonas.
Yeah.
Some of our old timers on the show, and they both said they played with him, and he's an excellent player.
Yeah.
So, anxious to see him close up and personal. Button here limped in here. Tony limped in there on the button.
King 3 deuce, and look at this, seat 5 in the blind. He's got top and bottom, King 3. Oh, actually, it's Mr. Kim that's got King 3. Mr. Kim's got King 3, and he's going to lead out. But he's bet 100 here. And he's going to take it down.
I'd limp in there by Tony there. Queen 7 suited in an unraised pot where nobody else had entered. Kind of odd. I'm not sure limping in there what he's trying to achieve. Why not throw in a little raise in there? Try to take it down right away.
Of course, if you watched Live the Bike last night, that was one of the... Boy, it's been a while since you and Shirley have done commentating together, huh?
It's been quite a while.
Yeah.
Since before the World Series, I have to say.
Yeah. Action Joe, he's going to raise it there with 9-8 offsuit. Looks like he made it about a... Wow, he's going to raise to 160 here. The blinds are 10 and 20 there, Dave. Now, Barry Greenstein was talking about how he likes to keep his raises pretty much the same regardless of what he holds pre-flop, and it's usually 3 times the big blind. I think he was saying that usually 4 or 5 or 6 times is a little bit too much to risk when you're talking about that type of blind size in a cash game.
Well, that's the problem with it. Most people say, well, I want to raise it to 100 or 120 so I don't get called in all these by 5 people. Yeah, but then you've got to make it 120 when you're raising with, crap also.
Right.
And you're just risking too much there. He's risking $160 to win 30. I mean, you do the math there. He's got to be right 6 times for every time he's wrong. And if somebody comes over the top all in, then what does he do? Obviously he's got to throw his 9-8 away. Strange play.
Well, Sykes on 2+2, Dave said that when we were talking about Dr. BB like seat 7, that in seat 7 and seat 3 you can actually see the whole table without moving your head. Very important for reads. I never thought about it that way, so there you go. Interesting. Queen.
I was about to say, what the heck is Mr. Kim doing in there with Queen 7?
Well, he's flopped top 2 pair here, Queen. And Tony, he's got a gut shot and a flush draw on seat 3.
Yeah, it's a nice flop for Tony.
And Mo's going to come out with a pure bluff here with deuce 8. He bets $80. Tony's going to call. And let's see what Mr. Kim does here with the Queen 7.
That kind of flop there, you really got to push a little bit, I think.
With
straight draw, well, the straight draws out there, flush draws out there. There you go.
He's going to raise here. It looks like 200 total. Oh, probably 200 more there. 200 more, Dave. So it's 290 total.
And Tony calls.
Oh,
he does. Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a big draw.
Once again, though, it's tough though because you're paying $200 for one card.
Yeah. Oh, the turn's a club, and he's made the flush.
Oh, there you go. It's like he bought a vowel and he bought the right one.
Pot's about $700 right now. Oh, and Mr. Kim checks right behind Tony, and the river's a 10. Again, it's about a $700 pot. Let's see how much Tony bets here. Tony's going to check it, Dave. And Mr. Kim checks right behind him. Wow.
Nice check by Mr. Kim there. Real nice check. I'm
You
not
know,
exactly sure what Tony was doing.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, he pays for that money to catch his club there. I guess maybe trying to check to induce a bluff there in the river, but Mr. Kim did not bite.
Well, he checked on a turn, obviously, hoping that he can get the check raise in.
Right.
And then the river, he just figured, oh, shoot, this guy's got nothing. You know, maybe he's only got a queen. I'm not going to get paid off. Trying to induce a bluff, but it's one of those cases where Mr. Kim raised at $200 on the flop. It was clear that he had something. And Mr. Kim's not a stupid player. He's pretty smart, and he's looking at it going, well, he didn't. If he has something, then he doesn't have to bet to win this hand. Odd the way that one played out.
Tony's going to limp in here with king-queen suited. You have to believe that Andrew has posted as he switched seats. He's got 6-9 offsuit. And Ed has ace-jack of diamonds, and he's going to raise.
Did we lose 2?
Looked like we lost. Yeah, 2 was the female player on
We
the
did
table.
lose 2. You see 4, and now Andrew's there. Okay.
So, raised there by ace-jack of diamonds, and Tony has called with king-queen of hearts. So we are heads up. King 4-6, Tony's flop top pair. He's gonna bet at it right away. It's like $100. Ooh, look at this, Ed. He's just gonna smooth. He's just gonna smooth call there, Diff. Maybe he's trying to pick up a diamond draw on the turn, make a move here on the turn. He only has ace high right now. Turns a 4.
And then I get all the whites, okay?
Pot's about $350. And now Tony bets about 300 into the pot. So 650, 300 to call there for Ed.
What are you thinking, Ed? Yeah, throw it away. There you go. I mean, a flop of king 6-4 with 2 clubs. With ace-jack of diamonds. That's just not a good flop for you.
Well, I was looking at Tony and I was wondering he bet, he didn't bet a huge amount on the flop, but again, it just goes to show you the power of position, no limit. Oh, when you bet a pretty good amount and the guy calls you in position, what exactly does he have? Now, in this case, Ed had nothing.
Right,
But
he's
you
got
got
to
to start thinking in your head.
Well, he's got to be scared of ace king.
Right, exactly.
An obvious holding.
Yeah.
Looking at it, he goes, king flops. I know king queen can be dominated. Ace king comes out there. I'm dead. But obviously, we know and Ed knows that it wasn't the case.
All right, be careful.
I'm getting back to that 8-9 of clubs. What was Tony doing? I don't understand the play.
No,
I
don't know
you
how
paid
you don't put money
$200
in
to
there.
draw for it,
Yeah.
and then you put no money in there?
I don't know why you don't put money in the river there. And Ed is going to raise here again on a seat 5. He's got ace queen off
Well,
suit.
Barry's got jacks, though, and seat 9, so.
Jackson, seat 9.
Yeah, what a difference a night makes. Garo does a wonderful job, but we got Evelyn back in the booth tonight, and she's putting the cards in, and bam, they're up like in a second. No, it was unbelievable. I mean, Garo does a wonderful job, but it was definitely a little slow last night.
I'm sure he'll love to hear that.
No, well, it's not fair. Evelyn's like part octopus. She's got like 6 arms.
So Barry's going to make it 520 to go. He was raised 400 out of the small blind. Looks like Ed's going to call here with the ace queen off suit. Here we go to the flop. 5-5-8. Barry continues to have an overpair.
And ace queen offsuit is not a hand you want to be calling raises with.
Barry's going to bet 500, and look at Ed. He's going to call with ace queen.
Just giving money away here.
Oh, man. Pot's about 1,400. Turns a 9.
Barry's got to be thinking, this guy's got 10s or queens. I mean, this is what a
About 1,400.
$2,000 pot now?
Well, see how much he's going to bet here. He bets, and Ed calls again. $600 bet there by Barry. Ed calls again. Pot's over 2,500 now. More like 3,000.
Yeah, it was $500 raise before the flop.
Yeah,
even.
you're right. Yeah, more like 3,000. And the river's a 5. And now if you're Barry... Oh, he's going to move all in here, Dave. Wow. He moves all in.
He's pretty sure he has the best hand.
He's going to move all in.
He doesn't put Ed on queens.
Yeah. Again, it's about a $3,000 pot.
Or kings, obviously.
And if you can see there, Ed has a green chip right there, right in front of him. So he's got at least 1,500 in front of him.
I mean, Ed's just played this hand awful. I mean, a nice guy, but this is just atrocious poker, I got to tell you. Calling a raise with ace-queen offsuit, a $500 raise. First off, it puts you in a bad spot. Then he calls it on the flop. Then he calls it on the turn. And now he's actually considering it on the river. He might convince himself that maybe ace-queen is the best hand. I don't know.
Well, I think that Barry puts him on exactly what he has, ace-king or ace-queen or something like that, because he hasn't raised throughout the time. And maybe he can get a call here.
Yeah.
It's a value bet here on the river.
Right, I mean, I'm trying to think of other hands you think he might have. You go, well,
Yeah.
maybe the guy's got sevens or something, something in there.
Yeah. I think he probably thinks that, like you said, he probably has tens. He's hoping that he doesn't have queens.
Yeah, Ed didn't play it like he had queens, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah.
But I think Barry wants a call here. I think he's pretty sure he has the best hand, and he put a nice value bet on each street.
And again, Ed looks like he's got maybe 1,700 there in front of him.
And he's just frustrated.
Yeah. So
because this is.
So if it was a $1,700, we're talking about a $5,000 pot here, about 1,700 to call, Dave.
This is
those are about the
insanity.
numbers. And I think he said call. He said call. He's going to call with ace high. And Barry's going to take it down with the full house. Fives full of jacks. Wow, right off the bat, Dave. Like you said, giving money away.
Whew. I'm actually going to leave and just jump in the game real quick. Are you kidding me? I just don't understand what the heck the guy's doing. I mean, if you've got $5,000 to give away, give it to me. What are you doing? Man, donate it to New Orleans, whatever. Barry doesn't need it. Oh, man, what is these people doing? What a gift.
Maybe he just thought that Barry was on a stone cold bluff there, but he can't even beat, at that point, he can't beat ace king.
Stone Cold Bluff where, though?
I know.
I mean, what? Okay, Stone Cold Bluff on the before the flop? Okay.
Yeah.
Then he bet on the flop. Then he bet on the turn. Then he bet on the river.
Yeah.
I mean, if we put a sixth card out there, Barry would put more money in the pot.
Barry takes down about a $6,700 pot right there, Dave.
Insane. Wow. And I was going to say, the interesting thing I was actually going to say was, I don't like calling big raises with ace-queen offsuit. One of the reasons being is, people can say, well, it's 50-50 versus pocket jacks pretty much.
Yeah.
But that's only to get to see all five cards.
Right.
You're only going to see the first three cards, and then there's going to be another bet to call.
Yep.
So you got to look at it that way. Am I going to flop my ace or my queen? And if I flop my ace or my queen, am I going to get any action? And
I think there's a train coming through
yeah,
the
I'm
Bicycle
gonna,
Casino.
catching my train.
Pot was limped around here.
I guess Ed's taking a break there.
Ace, deuce, king. Couple.
See, now if you get a flop like that, if pocket jacks raises, you have ace queen, it's not like you're going to make any money on the guy anyway.
Right.
It just doesn't make much sense.
Mr. Kim here. He's going to bet here with a wheel draw and a backdoor spade draw. Barry's got queen 10. He's got a gut shot to the jack. And he's going to come in. And we're heads up here. And Barry has the best hand here by far. Well, the turn's a 5, and Mr. Kim picks a pair up.
Barry still has outs here.
Yeah. Queen, a 10, or a jack. Kim's going to check. Ooh, and Barry checks right behind him.
You're not going to trap me, Mr. Kim.
And the river's an ace.
Check.
Kim
Gonna
checks again.
check. Mr. Kim's going to take it down.
Yeah. Well, you know, we had clumpings of hands, Dave, on Wednesday that kept coming up. Ace-Queen was actually not one of them, but Barry Greenstein was talking about how people were overplaying Ace-Jack in No Limit, which, of course, we say. that a lot.
Yeah, it's a garbage hand.
It's a garbage hand, and those players were really limit players, and
Yeah.
they were really overplaying ace-jack, calling raises, big
Right.
raises, stuff like that.
And the problem with those hands like ace jack, ace queen, you'll ask any really good no limit player is you win a lot of small pots with ace queen, ace jack,
Right.
and you lose big ones.
Right.
That's okay.
Because like you said, if your cards that make your hand come out, you're either not going to get paid off, or you're going to lose a big pot.
Right, it's
You're
going to come out.
behind.
It'll come out ace jack deuce, and the guy will have a
Right.
set of jacks.
Right, right.
Because everybody assumes when somebody else raises that they have an ace.
Yeah.
So if the flop comes out an ace and I have pocket tens, it's not like I'm going to be like, oh, wait a second, what could this guy have?
Yeah.
I'm not oblivious to the fact that you could have an ace. Wow. I mean, that's got to go in the Live at the Bike Hall of Fame there. That hand there. I just cannot believe the way it was played. We've had two really strange hands here tonight. First, Tony turns a flush draw. Turns a flush, actually, and never puts another chip in the pot. And Ed basically calls off $5,000 with just ace-queen high. Gosh. We are at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, Los Angeles, California. About 10 miles south of Los Angeles.
Yep.
And we are giving money away here, so come on down.
I'm sure you guys talked about Kenna James last night, Dave, and about how he came so close. We were all pulling for him here
Yeah.
at the bike. Barry looks like he's going to raise here 60 with pocket threes. Mr. Kim has got king-queen suited over there in the small blind. He's going to make the call. We are going to be heads up here. Deuce, 7-5. Mr. Kim's got overcards and a flush draw.
It's a big hand for Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim is actually a favorite right now.
Barry's going to bet here. He bets 70. Looks like he bet 100 and Mr. Kim called. And on the turn's a 5. So Mr. Kim called the flop. He's going to check the turn again here. And Barry checks right behind him, and the river's a queen, and Kim gets there with one of his overcards. And he's going to bet 100 here. And it looks like he's put out 2 chips there.
There you go. Yeah, it's right behind the 5 of diamonds. Couldn't see it. Nice little value bet there.
Oh, and Barry mucks. Now, of course, like you said, if you check the turn, you're going to most likely get bluffed out the river. A lot of the times from up front.
Oh, without
so
a doubt.
you gotta make that decision if you're gonna make the call.
Right.
With pocket threes.
Yeah, I think Barry might have called him had anything lower than a 10 fallen.
Yeah.
But when a jack, a queen, a king, or an ace fall, or a club had fallen, it's one of those cards that, okay, well, what does this guy have?
Actually, the funny thing is that last time we saw Andrew play, he tightened up a bit until he started kind of blowing off the rest of his money towards the end of his play.
You're talking
there
about
in
Andrew,
C4.
okay.
Yeah. So he's played relatively tight so far. Looks like it was limped around. Mr. Kim is limped from the button here with pocket 8s, and Mo gets a free ride there in the big blind. And Mo's going to bet right out here. And Kim calls. Kim does have an overpair to second pair.
Yeah,
there.
sometimes I don't mind the limp in there. It kind of mixes things up.
Well, now he's probably going to think his hand's even better.
Yeah, without that, I think he thought his hand was good before.
But Mo pushes again. He's going to bet 200 on the turn.
Mr. Kim lays it down.
Mr. Kim lays it down. There you
Wow,
go.
it's surprising.
But of course, the thing about Mo is that he's the type of player that, he's got such great poker instincts that I think that he would immediately think if Kim made a crying call there on the turn that he either had a flush draw or had a 7. Or
Right.
in this case, 8s. It's the same thing. And that, I think that if he thought that Kim had that, he'd be able to bet him off on the river.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to say thank you to Kashi on 2+2, who played poker today and advertised our show. I appreciate it. We all do. Thank you. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We are playing No Limit Hold'em with $10 and $20 blinds. Minimum buy-in is $1,000 for each player, but most players have far more than that.
I know you get in because of that. I'm not racing. You don't really have all his
Okay,
blood
and I'll
maybe
call.
do 7. He could have anything. Do 5, do 7.
Why you put a deuce in there?
It's like the pot was limped around here.
Oh my god.
Queen, Jack, 8, couple of spades.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Kim's got ace, queen.
No, Mr. Kim, put a figure 4.
He's going to bet. $50 bet here. Dr. Beat is going to call with second pair, King, Jack.
Okay, I have one chance. Just one chance. Don't raise it too much, okay? Just give me
What is Andrew thinking about? He's got 2-6 of hearts over there, Dave.
one chance.
Oh, hey, runner, heart.
Running hearts. He's going to make the call.
Something.
He turns an 8.
Now, funny thing, Barry actually had 8-3 there. He's the one that could have made the crying call and gotten there.
Andrew checks. Well, here's the other thing, Dave, is that if Andrew bet there on the turn, he might have been able to take it down. Now, Andrew checks, Mr. Kim checks, and now BB bets.
Yeah, I think
$400.
It's $400.
Yep. And look at this. Kim's going to muck, and BB takes it down.
I got to tell you, Mr. Kim is playing tonight extremely passive.
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying that.
I mean, extremely passive, Mr. Kim is playing.
That's not his usual style, Dave.
No, it's a little strange. There's a little close-up of Michelle Kim.
You have to.
I'm not sure what the relation is to Tony.
Mr. Kim's daughter, maybe?
One more heart, I'm all in.
Possibly, you never know. Hey,
Oh, I have another one here. Guys, you know I have another one, right?
You have another one?
I have another one of those.
Yeah, but with the 2 of them.
and when a card gets flashed like that, that becomes the burn card.
This one is
I have
Well, what was the first one that you have another one?
This one was king, and another one was king.
Go.
200.
And Ed is back. Trying to get what we see how much money Ed bought in for again.
Mo has raised to 200 here from the button with the ace jack offsuit.
You gave me another one.
How much is the flop going to be?
You gave me another one.
How much is the flop going to be after flop?
200.
And Ed is bought in for 2,000 more.
No, 470.
470?
Andrew's got deuce 10 suited, and Ed's going to lay down king 7 offsuit, and Mo takes it down.
One deuce already is. You do? Oh my god. I cannot play if you take all my deuces.
Oh, this is.
You're only king and you killed one.
You know what? I'm bored.
You know what? Give me 50 cents too because it's dollar.
Here.
Play blind.
Went up, I didn't know.
No, this is $1,000. This is $1,000, not 500.
Let's play blind, Mo. Let's play blind.
Multiply is 50 cents. Come on.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm going to tell you also, Dave. Oh, there's Alan.
I like the greeting there.
Yeah.
Alan came in there. He goes, Alan. It's kind of like a mafiosa type thing, you know? Walking, hey, Tony. How you doing, Tony? Hey, yeah, Tony. How's it going?
Tomato sauce.
Exactly. And Alan is peeling off the
He
hundreds.
won over $7,000 last night. On the pot limit game? And yeah, pot limit and no limit and pot limit, both of them. And he changed from no limit to pot limit. He came to no limit.
That means he has money to get back to us.
Yeah, he has some money to give. We can get it, don't worry.
So Alan's going to post here.
And Alan's a regular here. And those familiar with Live at the Bike know I've been riding him for quite a while. I'm friends with him. He's a great guy, and I've just been riding his game for quite a while. But he's shorted up. I've watched him. Had a couple of wins the last few weeks.
120.
A couple of good wins.
Hey, how are you?
There's a raise there to 120.
Yesterday? Yes, I did.
I believe it was by
Actually, two.
Ed there with pocket threes. Joe's just limped in. He's limped called with the ace-queen offsuit.
That night,
Andrew, I believe he's mucked.
I was
We're going
Let's
to
see
be
if-
heads up here.
Ed got killed by ace queen before. Let's see if he gets killed by ace queen again.
Ace-queen against pocket threes.
out of here with 4800.
Well, queen 7 deuce. Joe's going to check from up front. And Ed checks right behind him.
Yeah, I was very tired.
Joe also has the ace of clubs to back him up.
I made it anyway.
Turns to 6. Joe bets 200 here. Ed's going to call here, Dave. And the river's a deuce. I was going to say, the only thing Joe probably doesn't want to see here is a king on the river. It's a deuce on the river, and he bets 600. So the pot is about $1,200 here, $600 for Ed to call. And he's going to muck. And Joe takes it down.
Now, Ed's played on this before. I know we're familiar with his game. He's playing real live today, huh? Wow.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Come on, I need some playable hands. I want to get moved.
Too close with Joe there.
Of course, Joe always adds some flavor to the table, Dave, because he's very unpredictable.
Don't look. Don't look. Just call the 40. It's okay.
Oh, there you go. A little live straddle there from Andrew. For people not familiar, a live straddle is literally a blind bet. It is double the big blind, and it is a blind bet in the under the gun spot. And for putting in twice the amount of money, blind, you get to act last. And it's usually used to kind of increase action in the game. So in this case, the blinds are $10 and $20. Andrew's put in 40,
Tell me, I did.
and I think we have 6 players in there at $40 a pop.
Okay, 2 players, they look at the hand. No, 3 players.
Next time,
Maybe, you know,
5-way action here, so 5 times 40, it's a $200 pot.
There you go. And nobody's got higher than a 10.
Ace 3-5.
on the camera.
Looks like BB's ahead there with pocket 7s.
They seem to all have the same hand. 6-5, 6-5, 6-9, 6-9.
If you bet, I have to look at my card.
No.
If you bet, because they are.
Look at this, Andrew looks like he's going to bet. Well, he's betting $40 into a $200 pot, Dave. Again,
Not normally a good bet, but you look at it and go, nobody really has anything. Let's see what happens.
look at this. BB mucks the best hand.
No, 1 player.
Mo calls and Allen calls. Tony is out.
Allen's in great shape here.
Yeah.
He shares the 6 with those guys.
Yep. Turns an 8.
I don't know what I
Mo's playing no look here, Dave.
Yeah, Mo's got the heart draw. And they both picked up the same gut shot.
This is like limit. You just call.
And actually, Mo and Andrew are both playing this hand blind.
My God.
And the river's a 3.
I put 40.
And Andrew bets again 40, and Mo calls. And Allen, he's going to call, and he's going to take the whole pot.
And we're talking about a $600 pot, $550 pot.
Yeah.
1 heart.
Take it down, Allen.
Oh, no, I have better than yours. Go ahead, go ahead.
Better than you. The same cards.
What's that?
Oh,
You guys split for losing.
There you go. Andrew and Mo just gambling it up, having a good time.
Is it 5 wins?
Yeah.
6-5? If I see my card, I'm not going to
Allen takes down.
I played it.
Did Allen look now?
That's it. That's the price.
Thank you, dear.
Yeah, that was a gift for you because you sit down right now.
Look
Thanks.
the hand.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving me action. I thought I'm giving you guys action. I didn't know. It was just the opposite way.
40, 40, 120, 160. You get 160.
God. 6-9, and 6-5. Alan, you should be ashamed of yourself. We could chop that one. Then it looks
Pre-flop, I had the
You wonder
worst
if they did a
hand.
side proposition bet like some of those high limit players on that one, Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that was just kind of they were just having a good time with it. Said, okay, let's see what happens.
Barrett's going to limp in here with ace deuce offsuit.
getting word that Alan bought in for $2,000, so he's probably got about $2,400 in front of him now.
Spot is limped around 5 ways.
No, I like it. But I have to go
King,
somewhere.
queen, 10, all spades. Alan has flopped a low flush over there in seat 1.
There you go. Now, Andrew actually has the straight flush draw, actually a royal flush draw with the jack of spades.
And Ed is bet here with queen 9 with the 9 of spades. He's bet $100.
Now, Alan's got to move here. He's got to make some
Yeah,
action here.
yeah.
So.
And he says he's going to raise immediately.
300?
And he's going to raise it up. He makes it
Wow.
300 total there, Dave.
And
And Andrew calls there with the open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah.
Or I guess, yeah, straight flush draw, gut shot royal draw.
And Ed calls.
And Ed calls with the
No,
queen
it's not a gut
9.
shot royal draw. It's an open-ended royal draw.
10 comes on the...
Now, we're talking about about $1,100 pot
yeah,
here.
10 comes on the turn.
What?
Oh, come on, Alan. Push harder than that. He only bets 300 and he gets called in both spots.
He had a red card here.
And the
Oh.
river's a spade, and Andrew's going to take this one down. He's got the jack of spades in his hand. It's a $2,300 pot.
I'm not sure what Ed was doing there the whole time, though. I mean, he also had the gut shot royal flush draw.
And look at this. Ed's going to move all in here. He's going to move all in with the queen 9, the 9 of spades.
He might win this pot. We'll see if he doesn't have enough money,
Well,
though.
Andrew's got the second nut flush. Of course, the board is paired. And now Alan, he didn't push hard on the turn. He's got a low flush.
Just one of those things when somebody bets 300, somebody's calling, you wouldn't put him on a 9 of spades. You'd say, okay, he must have the ace since I had the
I
jack.
thought, didn't Ed go all in here? It's about 1,000 there, Dave. So the pot now is about 3,300, 1,000 to call. Oh, Alan, how do you make this call with the person behind you?
Now, this is an easy laydown. He made a mistake on the turn. He made a good bet on the flop,
Yeah.
raising it to 300. On the turn, he needed to really make it about $1,000.
Yeah.
And now it's a pretty easy laydown there. With 2 people calling you, you have to put one of them at least on a high spade.
$3,300 pot, 1,000 to call. Yeah, he really needed to push hard there. Well, now if he calls, but look at how long it's taking for him to call, you wonder what Andrew's going to do.
Well, Andrew knows he doesn't have the ace. It's clear that Alan does not have the ace.
Right.
And since Andrew has the jack, he has a second nut. He's going, okay, well,
Now remember, Ed bet immediately into the flop. And now the action's over to Andrew. And Andrew asks him, do you have a flush?
yeah, Ed's representing, a big hand like the ace of spades.
But you wonder, why would Andrew make those calls if he was just chasing the 9 or the ace of spades?
I gotta be honest, I don't know why either player was making the
Yeah.
calls, but they did, and they got there now, and now it's a problem when you get there and it's not the nuts. Then what do you do?
980?
Yeah, odd right now. I would make more money.
980.
980.
I mean, we're talking about a $2,000 pot, $2,900 pot, 900 to call, 980 to call.
That was like about 3,300.
Yeah.
980 to call. Yeah.
980 to call. So I
Yeah.
mean, he's getting more than 3 to 1. He can't beat a full house, and he can't beat the ace of spades.
Try this, it's very good. Yes, quemando.
My gut says Andrew's going to call this.
Playing but good.
I think the pot's just too big for him to lay it down.
Keeps asking, you have a flush? You have a flush?
Good flush, good play.
Show him one card. Show him only one card.
Will you pay me half if I show you one card?
I mean, it's funny. Ed is really relaxed there. Ed might.
And there you go. Andrew makes the call, and he's going to take it down there with this jack-eye flush, Dave.
You're happy with the jack. You have the second best, man.
He does.
I want to see
And
your
Ed
cards.
goes bust again.
I want to see both of your cards. All right. They both had. On the turn, I should go all in. You have to
So they wouldn't call me, you know.
Well, I can't say it better, Alan. You
Yeah.
definitely need to push harder than $300.
And the whole thing is, he goes, well, they might have called me anyway. Yeah, and you might have lost a hand anyway, and you might have lost more money, but that's not how you can judge it.
I played it bad.
If
You
they
need to
call
make
you,
that move on the turn.
exactly. If they call you on the turn and they beat you, well,
Call whatever.
no big deal. That's poker.
Yeah.
How do you know the fourth one is going to come?
Nice call there by Andrew.
When you sit there thinking, you not see no more. Then you lost.
I know. I'm trying to play good.
Yeah, I flopped it.
No, when you
I
get
chasing
there,
spade.
when you get there, you check your bet.
I
They
flopped
say I
it.
make a good
But
lay
they're
down here.
chasing it.
It's gonna drive me crazy.
I should go all in on the turn. They couldn't call me.
And Ed loses another 2,000.
I played
This
bad.
is my girlfriend's seat, man.
I know.
And again, I mean, Alan keeps saying, I don't know exactly how much he had in front of him, but if he only had like 1,300, it wouldn't have been unreasonable to move all
He
in
had
on the
like
turn.
four, yeah, he actually had more than that because he had 2,000. He won about $400 pots. He had about 2,400 in front of him.
I got
3 and 3, so he probably had close to 1,700.
Or you try to figure out an amount
all my money.
that you're going to bet to not give the guy odds to call with that card to come as well, Dave. Now you've got 2 spades, which means that you know that 5 are out, and then if you think the guy's got a higher spade, 6 are out, which means there's 7 left, and you try to bet that amount to get the guy off at 6 or 7 to 1.
With one card to go, I mean,
Yeah,
if he bets the pot, it's clearly not.
yeah.
It's clearly a bad call if the guy makes it.
Pot was limped around here. Flop came 499. And Mr. Kim has got a 9, and Dr. Beebe has a flush draw.
Not with winning all the time. Sometimes with
And I believe that Mr. Kim has checked from up front, and Beebe has bet with a nut flush draw.
That's even what I have.
It's about $120 here on a seat 7.
I don't have a 120. 120.
Alan folds, Joe folds, Andrew folds.
And
Kim is
Mr.
just going to check call.
Yeah, Mr. Beebe's he's drawn slim here. He's had 9 outs, actually 8 outs, because the 6 of hearts is not an out.
The turn is a jack, and Beebe continues to fire here on the turn. He's going to bet 120 here again. And now Kim check raises.
I'm surprised Dr. Beebe didn't take the free card there.
Yeah.
On a board of 994, I have the heart draw, so I'm not going to put Mr. Kim on the heart draw.
Right.
There's no straight draw out there. What do you think he has?
And with Beebe's reputation, do you think Kim's just going to call him with a 4?
Exactly. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Ace 4, something like
Yeah.
that. It just doesn't make sense. And now you put yourself in a spot where you got check raised, and now you don't have the odds to go for the free river. To see if that flush will come on the river.
Well, it's about a $900 pot here, and it would be $380 more for Beebe to call.
Yep.
And he's going to fold it. And Kim shows him the 9,
9 jack. Kim.
and Kim takes it down.
9 jack.
Now I really like being aggressive, and I like the bet on the
I am.
flop, to be honest with you, because there's no telling if anybody has a 9 or a 4, and you want to see where everybody is at. But once you get called once and you got position on them, why not take the free card?
You change?
How could you go all in with the 9?
You want to give your friend a stack to play with right now?
Yeah. And we are all calling in bad.
And Alan's asking him, how can you go all in with a 9? Well, in the end, it was the only way to win the pot.
You guys are okay. He's going to buy
I'm just curious of more of how do you call 300 twice with a 9 of spades?
Right.
It bothered me. It bothered me.
It didn't because I had a losing hand. It wouldn't matter.
The thing that bothers me is how many hours are we going to talk about this thing?
Oh, limp and in the blind. Alan's got ace 9, flop stop pair,
I have a short
all
memory.
hearts.
Is it just me and you?
It is too close.
Check.
And Ed is back. Let's try to figure out how much Ed has now.
Alan checks the flop here in position. Ed checks again, and now Alan bets.
Yeah, Ed is actually drawing dead, and he throws it away.
Offsuited 3 there, I think, would have helped him, right? A little bit.
Yes, actually, you're
Yeah.
right. I'm sorry. I did not
Almost
see
dead, it's okay.
Almost dead, pretty much. I was like, look, I'm going,
Yeah.
yep, you're right. There he is. There was a wheel draw there.
It's 5,000 down.
And Ed had bought in for 3,000 and then 2,000 and lost it all
And now he's rebought.
for another, I think, 2,000.
So he's in for 7 now,
He's
pretty
in for
much.
7.
Ooh, we're getting word that Kenna James is in the house, Steve.
Actually, no, I take it back. It doesn't look like he's bought in for 2,000. It looks like he's done a short buy for maybe only a couple $100.
No, Dave. I think he's got 2,000.
He has
coming with
2,000.
fights,
Okay.
Don't tell me you have a jack to your offsuit again.
Yeah. Limped around here. Deuce, 4, 6. Someone's got ace 3 of spades, and it looks like it is
Dr. Beebe.
Dr. Beebe. He's got a wheel draw, nut flush draw.
But wow.
100.
Oh no, actually, it's interesting. I saw Mr. Kim's hand. I thought it was 5-3 for a second.
Ed's going to bet here with king 6.
Well, he's got the best hands.
And Kim calls, BB calls. Looks like a $100 bet. Alan's got middle pair. He's going to call. We've got quite a little pot going here.
4 players.
Got about a $500 pot in here. To the turn. Turns a jack.
Oh, there.
And Alan's picked up 2 pair.
Let's see if Alan pushes it.
Gets checked to him. He bets 300 into a $500 pot. It's an $800 pot now, 300 to call. And again, Dave, I really think that I would probably push a little harder there in position with that hand, with that board.
Well, it's a scary board, right?
Yeah.
Call.
And Ed calls with the king 6. And now by Ed calling, you know, all these other people that have draws and pairs and flush draws, you know, they may call. BB could call here easily.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Mr.
$1,100.
Beebe could have called even almost
Yeah.
without the call in the middle.
Yeah.
Now for sure.
And now Kim's trying to figure out. Kim mucks. BB calls. So it's a $1,400 pot to the river. The
Boom.
river's a spade. BB makes the nut flush.
There you go. And Alan is going to see, he's going to see spades in his nightmare.
Again, it's a $1,400 pot. Let's see how much BB bets here.
1,000.
He's going to bet $1,000. And again, I think that Alan can find fault in the fact that he did not bet his really good hand enough on the turn.
I actually wanted to find fault with Alan for why'd you call on the flop?
Oh, yeah, well, that too.
Board
Yeah.
is 6-4-2. It's somewhat coordinated.
Yeah.
There's 2 spades out there. What do you want to hit? You know, okay, then you got there, and you have to know the other players have
Yeah.
redraws.
Well, the thing is that BB has such a big draw. I don't know if Alan can bet, even if Alan moves all in there on the turn.
Yeah, but I mean, if Alan bets 500, Mr. BB might still call. Ed,
Yeah.
I'm not sure Ed might call too. I
Yeah.
don't even want to try to get inside Ed's head tonight.
I'm short on the tens. Thank you.
But in the end, I mean, that kind of flop, Jack 4 clubs. What are you taking one off for?
Yeah, I don't know why
What's the
he
point?
called there. It's a $2,400 pot, $1,000 for Alan to call. He's going to lay it down. And Ed actually has more than we said, Dave. He's got more like 5,000 in front of him.
Oh, well.
And the action's on him. I don't even know if he knows it. Doesn't look. I don't
Yeah,
think he
well,
knows. Oh, there you go.
Alan's
He
made a
folds.
nice laydown.
Yeah.
Twice now. He's made 2 good laydowns, but
Thank you, sir.
And once again, we are live at the bike. Live, unedited, unscripted. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen, and we are playing No Limit Hold'em. The buy-in is, minimum buy-in is $1,000. The blinds are $10 and $20. But we have far more than, each player has far more than $1,000, it looks like. Probably close to about $35,000 on the table right now.
Ed's going to limp here in the cutoff with King 7 offsuit. And we're going to see the cutoff and the blinds in the hand here. Ace, 8, 10, couple of hearts. Mo's going to bet on second pair. And again, why would you limp in the cutoff with King 7 offsuit? Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No, those high-low hands really have very little value in any Hold'em game. No
Yeah.
limit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know any game where it's good.
Yeah.
Actually, in the Legends of Poker, I will say one of my bigger wins, I had Queen 3, and the flop came out Queen 7-3. And I was in the big blind, and I got to see it free. But the entire hand, I was pretty much, playing it like I knew I was very vulnerable playing it that way.
All right.
Getting word that maybe Kenneth James might come back here.
Oh, that would be great.
T
Maybe
minus
we can
10
get him
minutes,
to play on the
possibly?
table too with his newfound wealth. How much did he take down there for second place?
About 600,000.
600,000. Andrew has raised here with King Jack of clubs to 40. Ed has called with a Jack 9 offsuit.
Yeah, I do it.
2 players.
And we are heads up. King 6-5. Andrew has top pair. And he checks it. And Ed checks right behind him.
Oh, it's heads up?
Yes, sir.
Find it a little tricky.
Turn is a 6. Now he's going to bet. And Ed quickly folds.
I'm not sure I'd want to check with Ed in that pot, because Ed seems to call with pretty much anything. You know, I'd almost want to bet for value, because he might call me with Ace Jack, you know.
Cal Bears, right?
Cal Bears.
Bears.
Cal Berkeley Bears.
Yeah, Berkeley. Go Bears. Sounds a little
They're-
different when you're talking about Northern California as opposed to Chicago.
Yeah,
but-
their football team's actually going to be pretty sucky this year. They lost their starting quarterback and their starting running back to the NFL.
80.
Ed's going to raise it up here with Ace King off suit.
C5
Makes it
80.
80 to go. And look at Dr. Beatty in there with the 6-9 of clubs. Mo's going to call with pocket 7s.
And I'm going to make a prediction here. If for some reason if the flop does not come out with an ace or a king, I'd be surprised that Ed gets away from it. He just hasn't been able to all night. He just hasn't been able to all night. With all these people in here, maybe
6 players.
About a
we'll see.
$500 pot to the flop. 6-8-6. Look at this. Dr. Beebe's picked up trip 6s.
You cannot have quads, my friend. You cannot have
Andrew's
quads.
going to bet.
I like the bet by Andrew. It's a big pot. He's got
$40 into a $500 pot.
okay. I don't like that bet. I like betting.
You can't have a
And now Ed's got Ace King, and it's almost like
I mean, the only thing about the bet with a pair of eights there, it's kind of like a feeler bet and seeing like, okay, where is everybody at?
yeah.
1,000.
And look at this. BB raises it to 1,000 because the pot is 600.
Right.
So he makes it 1,000 total now. No one's going to take off for draws.
Oh, hey, for $40, he got all the information he needed to get.
Yeah.
Something about that $1,000 bet is bothering me.
Alan's got King 8 over
This
there.
is third time you're betting $1,000. So you got lucky twice. It's unusual if you get
And
lucky.
Alan would be drawing virtually dead. It looks like there's 1-8 left in the deck.
Yeah, Alan would need a runner, spade here.
Yeah, running spades. I guess running kings would do
I
it
have
too.
a feeling of that. I just want to steal the pot. Especially I'm losing.
He's not really thinking about this, is he? I mean, the pot was taken, I think, 7-handed.
I'm all in.
And he is, Dave. He's going to push the rest of it all in.
Alan, what are you doing? Say it ain't so.
Oh, boy. And like you said, there's a case 8 there.
Well, hey, you know, the $40 bet that Andrew did there really got a lot of information there.
And it's going to be quickly.
How much more? 250.
And it's 200 more. It's 200 more, Dave. And quickly, it's a $3,000 pot. It's a $3,000 pot there. That Alan has misstepped here.
I know he's got me now, but I have a feeling of just gambling.
Hey, okay, he's got a feeling, he
He's
says.
gamble, but he's a long shot, and I mean a long shot.
He doesn't have a 6.
He's got a 6.
Oh, he has a 6.
All right.
We got spades.
I need 8.
Running spades and 8.
Running
Kings.
kings.
Oh, boy, the turn's a spade.
Almost
Oh
spade.
boy. Oh, here we go. Spade or an 8 on the river.
Oh.
Oh, the river's a 3.
Go down.
BB's
Now-
going to take it down.
It would have been really interesting. Let's say Dr. Beebe had $5,000 or $6,000 and Alan actually had him covered.
Yeah.
And Alan made that same move. Dr. Beebe might have laid it down thinking that, you know, Alan has a bigger 6 than me.
I just
But
have
obviously in that case it was only about $200 more after a $1,000 bet. So obviously it was an automatic call.
2001.
Just a strange time for Alan to make kind of a move. I mean, I like seeing Alan make an aggressive move, but why against Dr. Beebe?
Well, you knew I had to say.
Why there?
Yeah. I knew you had a 6.
I knew you had a 6, but I decided to throw $1,200 in the pot?
Because I saw so many spades, I got sick and tired of them. I said, maybe it's going to come in a row.
I guess he's saying he wanted a backdoor spade draw.
Yeah, well, you know, he was steaming. He had 2 pair. He flopped a flush and lost.
Now look at
Turned
this.
2 pair and lost.
Dave, Tony has raised here to 200, 10 times the big blind. He has pocket aces.
Queens
C3.
at that time? Do you have queens?
He's made it 200 to go.
Well, you go back to what Barry said there. You know, is he going to raise $200 every time he raises now?
Yeah.
Because if he's not, if you're a shrewd player, you can kind of pick up on this. Okay, if he's under the gun, he makes it $200 to go. He's got something big, like aces.
Scramble was up together. Yes.
I can understand. If he was in the cutoff seat and like 4 people had limped in.
I was waiting for him.
I think BB's in the hand. We can't see his cards. BB called here.
Really? Wow.
200. And we can't see his cards. He's got ace 10 offsuit, Dave. Wow. Called 200 pre-flop.
Are you kidding?
Wow.
Check to you, sir.
I got to tell you, throw all the commentary at the booth, and this is just obscure.
And Tony has checked it from up front, and BB's going to throw a bet in here. He's bet $100.
Into a $400 pot.
It looks like actually 200, Dave.
Okay.
220 to be exact.
And I still don't like the raise by Tony. I think $200 is too much.
And Tony check calls here.
Man, throw the book out the window. What are they doing here today?
An $800 pot. Turn is a jack.
Check.
Tony checks.
I have the strange feeling it's like a joke on us or something. Like they're all going to give their chips back after the game. They're going to be like, haha.
And BB is drawing totally dead here. He's going to bet 220. He's going to bet 220.
He likes that number.
And Tony, I think he's going into. Well, let's see.
Now the best thing we can see it, the best thing for him to do, obviously, is just to smooth call it again and check probably the river.
Right.
Because there's no way Dr. Beebe can call a
It's
raise.
a $1,000 pot.
But obviously he doesn't know that.
And now Tony's going to raise.
Well, you probably put Dr. Beebe on like pocket kings or pocket queens, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting to see that Dr. BB called that big raise pre-flop.
600 more.
He makes it 600 and BB instantly folds.
Maybe Dr. Beebe just felt like, he got really lucky and he won $1,200 from Alan. He had to give it away. He didn't want Alan's chips or something.
I don't know.
You got it.
God, the action here is just crazy.
Lines, please. Joe Small.
We are live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, 10 miles south of Los Angeles. And this game is actually pretty much a tradition now. Every Friday night we've got a 10-20 no-limit hold'em game. And whether Jesus is here or the present lineup is here, the game is always good. I'm kind of wondering if maybe I can get Friday night off and get Shirley in here so I can play in this game.
500.
Man.
Limped around here, 5-way action. 5-8 queen. Looks like Allen on the button in there with 8-5 offsuit. He's flop bottom 2 pair. And so does Tony. Tony has the same hand in the blind. Wow. 5-8 and 5-8.
And
And Allen raises.
yeah, neither player is free rolling. It's a rainbow flop, and there's no spades out there.
Tony bets and Allen raises.
It's always interesting when people have the same hand.
Yeah.
Tony's an interesting player. He really mixes up his play, where he plays, he played those aces pretty passively until a turn, and here he bet right into it with bottom 2 pair.
Well, I think, like you said, you would expect that BB either had kings or queens.
Oh, and that last time,
Yeah,
without a doubt.
you know.
It's the only thing. I mean, if I'm playing versus him, I'm going, must have kings or queens.
Yeah. You hope he doesn't have jacks, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Just hoping that Jackson. In that case, instead of going for the check raise, I would have rather just bet 200, bet
Yeah.
200, bet 200, bet 400, bet 800.
Yeah.
Playing with 2,000, just start. I got whatever is left on the 2,000.
Tony's asking Allen how much you have more left.
Right. There's a reason for that, obviously, because if he calls this bet, he knows that he probably has to call the next bet. He might be thinking of moving in as well. And it looks like he's definitely going to at least call.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
That'd be a very tight laydown.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of hands. You can't beat Queen 8, obviously. Can't beat a set
Look
of
at that,
queens.
he lays it
Wow,
down.
lays it down.
I know you had the queen. You had the queen, the good pair, right? You had 2 pairs? No. You didn't have 2 pairs. You don't have 2 pairs. You didn't have 2 pairs. I had 2
And he shows 5-8.
We got the same hand.
Oh, seriously? Oh my God.
Wow, and there it is.
I guess I took the action.
Well, I say in a no-limit cash game, you've got to be able to get away from 2 pair, but that's that's quickly getting away from 2 pair.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, Allen was strong, and I guess Tony read him as being pretty strong. Thought maybe that Tony had a higher 2 pair, or
Well, you know, also, Allen's the type of player, Dave, we've seen him enough where he probably would have raised in late position with something like ace-queen or king-queen, and he would not have raised to 400 with something like queen-10 or queen-jack on the flop. The way I look at it.
right.
If I
Okay.
bet right in there, so...
So would you put him on Queen 8 there?
You put him on a
Limited.
set, you put him on 2 pair.
Well, it's hard to put him on a set because you've got 8-5,
Yeah.
and if he had pocket queens, he's probably going to raise also. So it's really hard to put him on a set there.
I just don't think he makes that move with queen-jack, queen-10, queen-9.
Right. You think at minimum 2 pair.
Yeah.
Right. And if he has 2 pair, then you're calling the chop.
Right.
And if he has a better 2 pair, then you're in bad shape.
Yeah. And if you're Tony, I mean, you don't.
Pot's not that big.
I don't think you'd mind seeing the fact that he had the same hand he laid
No,
down.
the pot's not, exactly.
Yeah.
He said he probably looked at it. This guy's got at least 2 pair.
Yeah.
You know, and of the 3 possible 2 pairs,
3 players.
different ones, I'm only chopping one of them. The other 2 I'm losing.
Three-way action here. Ace, king, king. And Allen's got an ace. And he's just moved immediately all in.
He went all in?
Yep.
How big is the pot?
I think it was about an $80 pre-flop raise, so about $250 in the pot. It's interesting. Mo quickly folds.
This is like if you want to check out this episode and you go to the archives, just look for Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah.
Because this will be under that.
Dave, people on 2+2 is saying Tuckman's sporting the lumberjack look. And someone said, well, he didn't do it in the beginning of the show. It must have gotten 15 degrees cooler in the room.
It
And I
got a
think that's
little
what it
cooler,
was.
a little chillier in here. We got the fan blowing, and I got a little chilly. So there you go. Simple explanation for everything, except for this game.
Pocket jacks for Ed in the small blind with seat 5.
I mean, am I overreacting about this game, or is it as crazy as wonky as I'm seeing it?
It's been a bit strange.
You work? Do you want to?
I need some water, actually.
And let's see if Ed raises here with jacks. And he does.
Raise it.
Looks like he makes it probably 230 to call.
Okay.
To me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Order.
And I wouldn't imagine that anyone's going to call him here.
So this is a pretty easy laydown for everybody.
Yeah.
The only fact of the matter is Ed is liable to throw off all his chips, so he might call. Just because the odds would go away. If I hit like in Andrew's case, if he hits 2 7s here,
Because
he's going to get all of his chips.
You know I'm going to fire. Right?
No, let that. You got me beat queen 8, queen 5. I know you're not going to raise me unless you don't have 2 pairs.
I'm very hard to believe having the same 2 pairs.
I might call.
So a little update.
I might go all
I'm going to resume writing my Under the Gun blog, and that'll be out. My latest one will be out in the next couple of days, where I will chronicle how badly I played in the Legends of Poker main event. Where I got
Well, I
knocked
always
out
thought,
in-
actually, this is the first time we've been back in the air. I always thought it was interesting. And Barry's got pocket queens and he's going to raise. When I was looking at the Card Player Live updates,
Right.
they had you as a notable. David live at the Bike Tuckman.
Great. So then everybody who was watching that could see David live at the Bike Tuckman was just eliminated on the first hand of the second day.
Exactly, and they posted that up in the log,
Yeah.
too.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I made it to the second day barely. I got to drive. I got to, took a shower, drove down here, got all ready to play, played one hand, and went home.
Barry raced to 80 here with queens. Got called by Allen and by Dr. Beebe. Dr. Beebe's picked up
Wow.
a flush draw. King, Jack, 3. And Allen's got a pair.
Not a great flop for Barry. He's got to be a little cautious with the king out there, especially with 2 callers.
120.
He's going to bet 120. Interesting that Joe, Action Joe, he said he didn't have a lot of experience in No Limit. Mucked King Queen offsuit over there in C2.
There you go.
Yeah, 80's coming.
Well, he's been playing a lot more recently, so.
Yeah.
And he's a good poker player.
And
especially
Allen
limit.
makes a smooth call here with Jack 10, Dave, and Beebe's in there as well.
3 players.
Well, it's a small bet. I mean, we're talking
So,
about a $600 pot now.
It's a $600 pot that turns a 4.
Dr. Beebe's picked up more outs now.
It's got a wheel draw.
Dr. Beebe's got a huge draw here. A 2, an ace, a heart. I'll give it to him.
And everybody checks. And the river's a 9.
Wow.
And Barry escapes.
Yeah, he dodged all those bullets.
And now, if you're Dr. Beebe, you know, with his image, if he bet a pretty good amount here, Dave,
200.
he might be able to take it down, although he checks and Barry's going to bet 200. Maybe Beebe's scared of what Allen has behind Barry.
That's kind of a nice bet there by, real nice bet by Barry. It's kind of a value bet. I mean, he might get called here by a jack.
Yeah.
He's not going to, obviously. Just saw Allen throw it away. But he might have gotten called by a jack, and it certainly slows somebody down. If somebody had, say, king 10, they might just smooth call him.
And you probably wouldn't think that Beebe probably would have bet with a king there on the river from up front if he had one.
Exactly.
So,
And if Allen's got a weak king,
Yeah.
you know, king queen or king 10 or something like that, well, then you've just named your price for a showdown.
right.
And $200 isn't bad, especially when the pot was laying him $600. And Tony's leaving. Wins that pot with pocket aces, and he's going to get out of here. That call by Dr. Beebe, ace-10 offsuit, that was just bizarre.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, we've been watching Dr. Beebe for months now, and never seen him play like that.
Nope.
6 players.
Border.
6-way action here, limped around. Allen's got a weak ace over there, and he flops top pair. Ace, deuce, 9.
I tell you, we humans, we're creatures of habit. Dr. Beebe won that big pot with 9-6 of clubs before, and sure enough, he was going to see this flop. And he actually has the best hands.
Well, actually, Allen's got that.
Oh,
weak
Allen's got
ace
the
over
ace, thank
there.
you. I
Yep.
didn't see it.
Turns into 8.
No?
Pancake. I check.
Okay.
And Allen bets now.
Hey, Eddie, it was
90.
just pancake?
Try.
Pancake.
$90.
Just a plain
It
pancake.
never hurts when you try.
No, it can hurt.
Mr. Kim there got shot to the jack.
It won't hurt you.
And I guess a couple of overcards to the 9 if he figures no one has an ace, and he mucks. And Beebe makes the call there with 6-9.
Oh, he's picked up a...
Well, he's just got second pair there, and
Yeah.
the river's a 7.
I was going to say, I thought the 9 of spades was... but obviously not.
200.
And Allen bets 200 here at the end.
Well, he made 2
He's
pairs.
made
so
aces up.
if he hadn't made his second pair, he probably would just shut down.
And again, now it's
I like the
almost
last card.
a thing where Beebe's like, well, if he can bet the river, he's either got a good enough hand or it's a stone cold bluff, and I guess he didn't want to get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it on the re one.
Not the big, right?
Can I get some service, please?
Thanks.
Now, you watch a game like this, you kind of wonder why Mo loves it so much, huh? Button is in seat 7. Dr. Beebe's got it. Small blind is Mo, $10. And $20 is the big blind in seat 9. That's Barry.
Professional.
You gotta lose a little bit of money to do that.
Hey, he's got a couple
And it gets
years
limped
on
around here. It's got 5-handed here. Pot's $100.
Deuce 7-4, most flop bottom 2 pair,
Yeah, whoever said deuce 7 was the worst hand in poker.
100.
and he bets 100. Barry's got second pair here with the ace overcard, ace 4.
Yeah, nobody's got really much of anything.
seven.
Now, interesting, Mo will play it. Mo will throw out a $100 bet as a pure bluff occasionally, too, so...
Yes, I look all.
Well, Barry's eating too, and we know what we say about that.
Right.
When people eat.
Most times when people are eating, they kind of look for an excuse not to play.
Right.
made it under 7.
Wow, and BB's going to call with the wheel draw.
Oh,
Backdoor
there you go.
diamond. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand. The turn's a 9.
Play good because I don't have any chips.
Hey, Tony. Mr. Champion.
And now Mo bets and BB folds.
You need to change the color, man.
And again, the thing, when you chase an ace 3 there in that spot,
Color of your
when you
chips
make it,
and your-
which BB would have needed a 5 there to make the hand, I think the board would have been easy enough for Mo to read where you're not going to pick up that much money from Mo, even if he does have 2 pair. You pick up your straight draw. The board was deuce 7-4. Well, now a 5 comes. There's a lot of hands that might connect in there, and Mo, he's not going to commit all his chips with deuce 7. That's why you don't.
Well, it's also a matter of
necessarily
knowing that. We know that Mo had 2 pair,
Right.
but he could have been betting a 7. He could have been on a stone cold bluff. So it's one of those things you're looking at going, well, if you think Mo is bluffing, well then raise him.
Yeah.
Okay, or raise in the turn. Do something, but just checking and calling doesn't really make
Yeah.
sense there. Or in that case, just calling.
Can raise to 80. C5.
Ed makes it $80 to go.
Ace Queen of clubs.
All right, 3 players.
Alan calls with 5-8 of clubs, and Andrew's in there with 9-6 of hearts.
Yeah, I guess it just happened.
10-3-7. No one picked up a pair. Andrew has a gut shot to the 8. Ed's going to bet. Alan folds.
I'm losing.
You got a gut shot straight draw again.
I lost.
Andrew folds. Ed's going to take it down there with the ace queen.
In your life, I'm doing good.
Ed enjoying one of the massages here. You can get a massage here for just $1 a minute. Not a bad deal.
New player coming into seat number 2,
It's good to balance it with
Antonio.
and poker and winning in life.
Winning in life, yeah.
So that will balance it off.
And in
Huh?
health, yeah. Right?
Take one, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Coming.
Yes, player, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Buying in for about $1,800 over there in C2. With the green polo shirt.
Somebody's speaking at me hard.
Barry Woods has got ace-9 of spades there from the button.
Raise it.
I get
80
80.
$80.
He's going to raise to 80. Now, it's interesting. Barry Greenstein said that with these types of hands, ace-8 and the ace-9 suited, he doesn't really necessarily like to raise from late position. He'd like to win a big pot and limp in here from out back. Jack 7-6. Ed's got top pair. And that is a no-limit, Dave, I'm talking
Right,
about.
no, yeah. It's a pretty... I mean, ace-9 is a pretty bad hand. You can't make a straight with it. In this case, it's suited, so at least you can make the nut flush. But even if you hit your ace, you don't know if you're good or
I
not.
lost twice to the spades, and I should win once. I was
And
scared to hit it.
Ed checks, and Barry bets, and Ed check calls. And now Ed bets the river.
There you go.
So Ed has bet the river here. Barry only has ace high.
Well, I'm pretty excited. Kenneth James has just joined us in the booth, and it's not every day that you can shake some guy who just won $500,000 hand. There you go. Yeah, actually $600,000. Congratulations. And I'm going to take a break for a second and let Kenna tell us all how great he is.
$40 table for 2 hours straight. Every hand. Make those people go crazy.
I am the greatest. I am the greatest. I am the greatest. Nobody can whip me. Nobody can whip me. Unless they get lucky and they hit me a jab. They hit me a jab below the waist. That's the only way they can hit me.
Kenna, I was going to say, a lot of people dream about pocket aces in their head, but you might be having nightmares about Jack 10 offsuit sometimes these days.
That was Muhammad Ali, by the way. Oh, my God. This isn't, they're not showing this, are they? Where's the makeup girl? Where's the makeup man? Makeup. Look, if I go this way, I'm off screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Can they actually see this on the computer?
Yeah, they can see you. But Isaac will put it on the game. There we go. There we go.
All right.
So
Thank you.
congratulations.
Not too many shots of that.
Congratulations. I'm sure that you would have preferred to have a first place finish, but anyway, second
Thanks,
place, $600,000 richer. Where was I when you were selling pieces of yourself, by the way?
Actually, I wasn't really out marketing it. People came up to me and asked me, can I buy 3% or can I buy 5%? You know, it's flattering. So, you know, I rarely turn someone down, so, yeah. So that was it. You didn't ask.
Well,
If you would ask, hey, can I please, buy 3% for $300, and you would have won $20,000, I would have said, yeah.
Wow. 3% for $300, yeah.
I think that's what. Yeah, I think I sold Tony Ma 3% for $285.
Yeah.
And I've got to pay him. What is this? I think he paid me $285. Tony Ma gets $16,500.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good investment.
That is a pretty good investment. Now, the funny thing, too, is that we were watching the end of the show in the King's Grill over there out back, and it seemed like you three, the three finalists, were kind of sneaking out during the breaks, taking some shots in between, having some cocktails on the set. You were having a good time, right?
Oh, are you kidding? Before we even started, the guy that actually ended up winning it, Alex, he said, hey, you want to go to the bar and take a shot? I said, don't ask me twice. So we went out and got a couple of shots, and there's so much electricity. Oh, look at this. Before we get into that, look at this hand. We got 2 4s, which was a hand I had. Ace King and King Queen. Very interesting hand here. The flop 3-3-6. I think the 4 should just lead right out here
But he
for
checks,
a nice
though.
size bet.
He checks and Ed bets with Ace King.
The only reason to check there is unless you're going to induce a bluff and then try to check raise and try and win the pot right there. Sometimes, it's like a springboard. A guy bets and it actually springboards you to make a bigger bet to push him off a hand. The danger here is with the flush draw out there, you might just propel yourself into losing a bigger pot. So if it wasn't suited 2 to a suit on board, I would maybe check and raise. Otherwise, I'd lead out.
Well, he check calls here, and now the turn pairs a 6, and both players check. And the river's another 6. Wow.
Now, at this point, I would move. I would move a lot of chips in the pot.
Yeah. Because the board obviously plays here,
And
right?
The board is a very viable play.
Right.
And it might look like you're trying to pick up the whole pot and be greedy. It's very hard to put somebody on a 6 and give them credit for quads. And they sometimes miss the overpair. In this case, it's an underpair above 3. So,
right.
I would have probably bet $1,000, at least $1,000 here.
Well, he's going to get paid off to the tune of
Yes.
$200.
Yeah.
And he's going to take it down there with the pocket 4s. And Ed mucks. And Andrew's going to take it down there.
Yeah, that's actually had a play similar to that on day 1 where I made a calculated bet, almost an all-in bet to try and move somebody off a hand where the board was obviously looks like it was going to play. But he had to call for all his chips. And I think the board was 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 to a straight on board.
Now, let me ask you a question here. Before this year, now obviously you had won was it a $2,500 event at the 5 Diamond Classic?
Not this year. That was last year.
I mean, in your career,
Yes.
Now, this year you make it really deep into the World Series of Poker, and obviously you make it down to the final table of Legends. Was this Legends event the most poker you've played in one tournament before, in terms of time? Or did you play a little longer
the
in the
World
main
Series.
event?
Yeah, more time in the World Series main event. Those days were 12 or 14 hours, and I'm not sure if I played 6 or 7 days straight because I started on day 3.
So was this more grueling though, or was that more grueling?
No, the World Series definitely
World Series was,
definitely more grueling. Not even close.
Really?
Yeah. And you're talking about 2-hour rounds for them predominantly versus hour and a half. I don't know how many. It'd be interesting to look how many levels that we played, and you could actually calculate how much time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good question. I'll have to look at my records and see how that's calculated. Oh, trip fours for Andrew.
Yeah. And he checked it, and the turn's a 10 of diamonds. No money in the pot yet.
Dr. BB. Now, what an interesting name. Dr. BB. Dr. BB.
Yeah.
I got to go see Dr. BB. Is he a gynecologist, you think?
I think he's a psychiatrist, actually.
A
So there you go.
psychiatrist. Now, that's interesting. Dr. BB.
Oh, quad fours.
Wow. We were just talking, you don't give somebody credit for quads too often. Unfortunately, nobody has a 10 here or a pair, or he'd make a lot more money.
Alan made a call on the turn there with just ace high. Oh, now he's going to fold.
Now, you notice that the bets are small there. He just didn't have a hand. It doesn't matter if you make a small bet. If a guy doesn't have anything, he's not going to get paid anyway, so you might as well make a bigger bet. I venture to guess that he's going to make the danger of this player is that he'll make little on his big hands and lose a lot on when he makes second best hand. So that would be my advice to him after only seeing two hands and don't know anything about him.
Now, the big question was, and you saw me yesterday, I was actually asking your wife,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't stick around toward the end there. I saw you left.
Believe it or not, I had it. Believe it or not, Hollywood was calling. I had to film
really?
another show for the Game Show Network, which you can catch tonight.
Oh, yeah. Poker
So you
Royale.
can see me tonight at 9, I think it's 9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock on GSN for Poker Royale.
Oh, great.
So I had to leave early for that.
What I was going to say was everyone was thinking, well, did these guys really make a deal? How did that guy call with Jack 10? And you were saying $500,000 you called here. I know we've had some drinks, but $500,000.
It floored me. It actually floored me.
Yeah.
And the honest truth is this.
And, of course, just to fill people in, you had ace 4. I believe you raised, he re-raised, and you pushed all in. Was that the order of action there on the line?
Yeah, I would like to talk about that hand, actually. I'll tell you all about that hand, but let me deal with your first question about the deal first, or possibility of a deal. Right after this hand.
King 10 there for Ed's got top 2.
Mo in there with 9 high, which is rare. He must be in a blind, even though it's suited. I know Mo is a very tight player. He must have position or in the blinds. Yep, thank you. Another read. It's hard when you're coming in, you know, I should pay closer attention to the action here. But in answering your question, no, there was no deal. He wanted to make a deal with me, but we were instructed by Steve Lipscomb that there were to be no deals made, and if there was, that you could incur a serious penalty.
Oh, really?
And,
so that's a really serious thing. People think I'm always thinking on the side that maybe these guys really make deals off camera and then they just keep it hush-hush.
Well, they do. Sometimes people do.
Yeah.
You know, they take that risk.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people trade percentage. Like I had trades out of trades of percentage. But once you get to the final table, to protect the integrity of the game, you know, they threaten you pretty heavily. So, and we were mic'd. So I didn't want to take the risk of making a deal and then getting kicked off of the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
So I certainly would have. You know, it's especially with the blinds at $150,000 and $300,000.
Yeah.
It becomes less skill and a lot more luck. And when you're talking about playing for $500,000 or more than $500,000 on sheer luck, it's not very appealing to the appetite. But we did it, and the cards fell where they may, and they just didn't fall in my favor.
But again, talking about the hand, Jack 10, Ace 4, raise, re-raise, and then you push, right?
Well, what happened is significant in this hand is a lot of things underneath the hand that people don't realize. We had just come back from break, and I had seen out of the corner of my eye when I came out of the bathroom that he was coming in with his posse, so to speak, and some other poker players. So I felt they were coaching him, which is legal.
Yeah.
But I could tell the first hand back, I was on the button. I had raised. I had picked up ace high, which is a good hand, heads up.
Right.
And I believe the blinds were 100 and 200,000, and I made it 600,000 to go.
Uh-huh.
And immediately he looks like a bird who got the canary and raises to me $1.5 million with almost without thinking it, sitting back, folding his arms, smile across his face.
Uh-huh.
I knew he didn't have it.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't that he was acting, he was acting strong in the fact that he was weak, But he was acting strong because his people said, I could read it on his face saying, Ken, I can't play big bet poker. Make $1 million bet at him and he'll fold, otherwise he'll chop your arms off.
Uh-huh.
I could just feel the dialogue coming off of him. I know that sounds funny, but that's really how I felt. So, and I felt that was going to be his M.O. Like, he wasn't going to let up. He was not going to let up. So my only choices was to either take a stand here with what I felt was the best hand, or to let him have it and then just hope that the deck hit me.
Yeah.
Which, when your head's up and you're playing, which the next hand was $150,000 and $300,000 blinds, you don't have much time. I mean, you're eating up $500,000 every two hands, and you're unlikely to pick up a premium hand. So when I felt he wasn't going to give up on this strategy because he had been coached, I decided to go what I thought was the best hand, and it was really gut check time when you have to move in $4.5 million with ace high.
Of course, you did have the best hand.
I did. I felt I did. I wasn't positive.
Yeah.
You try and trust your reads. Dr. Beebe, we'll get back to that in a second.
Yeah, he limped in here with pocket kings. Did not raise pre-flop. Limped in early position with pocket kings, and Allen picks up top pair and he bets with queen 5.
Does he have? He doesn't have position, does he?
He does. He does have position.
Who'd you tell? Tell him I'm back here. That's mine.
Can I get a phone call?
I've got the phone is nonstop now, man. I got to tell you.
So BB's still out in the lead here. Allen bets here again.
If BB doesn't raise him, he might just get bad surprise and back up into a straight.
Yeah, he's just check.
At what point are you going to put a bet in, Dr. Beebe? Where's he at? Which one is Dr.
He's first
Beebe?
position. He's right there. You're looking at him. No, I totally agree with you. He's played the hand ridiculously
Didn't he
passive.
just bet, though?
No, he check called the turn. And now Allen's bet the river. He's bet 100 with top pair. And now BB check raises. He waits to the river to check raise with pocket kings, and Allen looks like he quickly folded. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, getting back to that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So now it was gut check time. Do I have the? You really do need. I'm not pumping myself up. I mean, I'm telling you, by being there, you need some insanity to be able to push $4.5 million in the pot without the nuts and trust yourself. You're trusting your instincts. So I did it, and as soon as I did it, I could see that I had him because his face just dropped. But then after a few minutes, if I had thought that he was going to call, I wouldn't have done it even though I had the best because I didn't want to get in a race situation.
You didn't want to really gamble it up.
Right,
there.
he had $2 million behind him.
Yeah.
I had no idea that he would call.
And the thing is that, obviously you're ahead with ace 4, but when he turns over Jack 10, you're about, 61, 62,
well, I hated it. Yeah,
something like
6 to 4. I think. I hated it. I mean, I absolutely hated it. Matter of fact, I stood up and I didn't turn over my hand for 3 minutes because I knew that anything could happen.
Yeah.
And I was disgusted that I was left in a position to gamble like that.
Yeah. And now, had he pot committed himself at that point with the action?
Well,
though?
some people say that he did because they felt that if he folded with $2 million and left me with $6 million, that he wouldn't have a chance to win. See, from my perspective, I feel if I have $2 million, I can win, but maybe from his, he didn't. So maybe that's why he felt it was. But certainly by mathematical standards, he's absolutely not committed.
Yeah.
But by emotional standards and level of experience and things like that, and other factors that go into considering the detail in some of these plays, maybe he was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the funny thing is that we saw the flop, and the flop came for people that weren't aware. There was a queen, a 9, and then a rag card on the flop.
That's correct.
And now at that point, he's actually probably a little bit of a favorite going in with 2 cards. He's got a couple of overs there.
4-8.
Yeah.
He's 11. He's 14 out, so he's actually just slightly. Yeah,
Almost
it's about
50,
even.
50,
It's almost 50, maybe 50, 149, 50-50.
Yeah.
At that point, it just. What was interesting about that though is the crowd really got behind me at that point.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
It was very inspiring to know that you have that kind of support and love from people, and it touched me. really did touch me, and so the result obviously wasn't what I wanted, but it was easier to stomach knowing that it's just one hand of poker.
Well, I got to tell you, all the people here for the show, all the people that watch the show, and all the people here at the casino were really, really pulling for you. As a matter of fact, myself, Isaac, and some of the tech guys went back there, and Evelyn, to watch you at the end, too. We saw your little nephew in the production booth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, those are my sons.
Oh, those are your sons. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they actually got a picture of my son sitting in the truck going, go all in, go all in. So maybe he'll make the TV show. I hope so.
Oh, that's great. So how has your life changed a little bit now? Obviously you were...
Well, the phone, as you can see, is nonstop.
Yeah.
And considering other projects and agents and producers and things like that. So it becomes the business of poker. Like, I'd love to go out and sit and play. Right now, I'm really pinched for time.
Yeah.
So,
well, I can see that you're busy and getting phone calls. We want to appreciate the fact that you even...
Well, that's okay. Do they have any questions, or what's going on?
Well, it looked... Let's see if...
I'll take this one all in. I like this one.
Anybody's asked a question I can throw at you real quick here.
Yeah, one at a time.
Show the flop. Show the public. That's a big... Oh, nice hand for the...
Check.
I will check. Hold this up for the heart of C.
At 400.
Okay, cool.
He's always getting my hand, so I play. I just want to pot. I don't want.
Oh, look at this. Dr. Beebe has flopped a low flush here. And again, we're on that delay kind of, so sometimes it's a little difficult when we have kind of a surprise to come in to get questions. But again, we really...
I did not draw.
Not quite yet. It might come in maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of funny right there.
The statement, not a question, is why can't Kenneth play cash games the way he announces it? What is that? There's a saying, there's a quote about that. It says, "Do as I do." What is it? Say. Well, what is that? It's a famous quote. Do as I do, do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one thing. And second thing, I don't claim to be a dominant cash game player. The difference between cash and tournament is night and day. I lack some discipline and the mechanics that are necessary in a cash game. It's much more a mechanical approach. There's not as much situations and creativity that goes into playing a cash game if you're playing it properly. So
again, we see a lot of players that are, we've had Tim Fan on the show. We've had these other huge tournament guys, Samir Vahidi and some of these other guys. And yeah, pure aggression, which is a style that can be very, very successful in no-limit tournaments, does not necessarily relate to cash games.
Right. Exactly right. And I think when I'm out there, a lot of times I'm out there for entertainment value and having a good time. Of course, it's not good after you get your head pounded 6 times in the wall and you're stuck 5,000 or 6,000.
Yeah.
But, you don't start out to create that, but that is what you are creating. And so that's why. Yeah. Anyway.
So do you think that, now that you placed so high in this event, obviously, number 2, I mean, are there opportunities for poker players to get picked up by certain companies or internet sites where you can actually go on tour now and not have to pay your entry fees at some of these places?
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we?
Yeah.
I am discussing a couple of sponsorship deals, but as of right now, any sponsorships that I have on the table are personal. So there are people who are interested in, putting up money for me to play.
Oh, I see.
Which is flattering.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's not as you have to give up a lot more than if you have a deal with a company that you're promoting.
Right.
So I hope to have one of those deals, and next time I'm back here, hopefully I can report some good news on that. And then I'll let you know how I did it and how it came about. And,
well, yeah. I mean, and again, you are always been our we've been, you are our favorite player by far on Live at the Bike. Your
Too
personality,
kind.
you're a really, really nice
Hey,
guy. And
you did an all right job commentating.
Thank
for,
you. The ladies' night.
The ladies' night on WPT the other night too.
I
so.
did the Battle of Champions on Tuesday night too, but the ladies' night was a lot of fun actually. Where your wife plays a tight brand of poker, I got to tell you.
Yeah, she does.
She plays a tight brand.
We
of
play
poker.
similar, don't we?
He said I had a god shot.
Wow.
Jennifer Tilly pulls it out again. She wins the World Series of Poker, and now she wins
Jennifer
the ladies
Tilly.
event too.
Wow.
Yeah.
How lucky is that Unabomber, huh?
So I had god shot also.
She's a nice girl. I met and played with both of them on one of the TV shows for Poker Royale, and we partied and everything, and we actually went up to the hotel room and had a little. Small stakes, just small
really?
stakes, private game.
Oh, yeah.
Me, Jennifer Tilly, the Unabomber, and a few of us.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun, I got to tell you. You pull out the beers and the chips and the dip
that was
with
beautiful.
some of these pros and celebrities, and I'm really a blessed individual. I live a very exciting life.
Yeah, I mean that is. There's just some nice people and nice people all around on the World Poker Tour. And it's a lot of fun.
I want to thank everyone for their support here at Live at the Bike. I read the polls and people tell me and about the support, and it's very touching. I know we don't get to talk as much about the hands, but maybe one show I'll come in and just do that.
Yeah, that would be. Like you said, we are more than welcome anytime to come on the show. And I know you're a busy guy, and we really appreciate you stopping by. So we'll finish it off with this hand. Look at this. Andrew's got top pair. Ace-7.
Against the Ace-Jack. A lot of people don't realize that Ace-7 against Ace-Jack pre-flop, only 3-1. Only 3-1 disadvantage before the flop.
And Andrew bets here.
Did I?
Ooh, and look at this. Jack spikes.
And rightly so. Rightly so.
And Barry's going to bet here again. He had bet on the flop. Andrew called, and he bets on the turn.
I'll tell you why I know that's only a 3-1 dog or
Andrew
3.5
calls.
to 1. An interesting story if I can get it in before this
King
next
on the
hand.
hand. Go ahead.
Well, one time I was up in a hotel room with Antonio, the magician.
Yeah.
And he said that he would take something like 2.5 to 1 and take Ace-5 against Ace-Queen or something.
Yeah.
Right? We were betting like 500 a throw.
Yeah.
And or he would take 3.5 to 1, 3.5 or 4 to 1. He was taking 4 to 1 because he was a 3-1 dog, something like that. At 500 a throw. And we had played backgammon, and I had lost like $2,000 to him.
Yeah.
So he says, all right, let's just, I forget what it was. Maybe I lost $1,000 to him. And he said, let's do $1,000 on, and we'll do a flop, turn, and river 4 times. And I'll take Ace-5, you take Ace-Queen, and just give me 4 to 1.
4 to 1.
Yeah. And I said, absolutely. I thought it was about 5 to 1 at the time. This was a couple of years ago. So I did it. 3rd time through. 5. Lose another 2,000, 1,000, whatever it was.
Well, let me ask you one other question that I just saw up here. It said that this is Arvin from 2+2. He said, well, first off, he said you can't really wear any logos, right? Is that right?
Well, not right now, but they're changing the rule actually. And the next WPT tournament, they are going to start allowing logos.
And the other question is, what are your feelings about some of the players boycotting the WPT? And I hadn't heard this before.
I haven't heard it either.
Okay.
So, if they are, maybe those are the ones that instigated the change, because I heard that logos will start being allowed on the next event. So, The exciting news is I got to actually qualify for the Professional Poker Tour
Yeah,
again before the
PPT.
next event
Yeah.
happens, so
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
have to miss one.
What-
Remember,
what's
I
the-
was talking about that here
That's
one
right.
time.
What if you
So,
qualify and then you make a final table? of
You
the
make a final
WPT?
table, you get 1 year. If you
Ah.
win it, you get 3. So that's another thing that cost me that tournament.
And I'm always looking to see. I keep hearing these different things about what TV contract has. You know, they were picked up by a certain television station, and then they got dropped. And what is exactly going on with that? Is someone going to pick that up? The PPT?
PPT.
Yeah.
I think they're, it's like the hockey negotiations of the hockey
Yeah.
strike, right? They're holding out for a certain amount of money and negotiating who they're going to sell it to and whatnot.
Yeah.
They've got a product and see what happens. I'd like to say hi to my friend Dave back in Ohio. Hey, Dave, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for your support. Our brother Steve in Michigan. Always good to have you there live at the bike.
Well, thanks again for stopping by. You're a real class
Okay.
act, Kenna. Good
Thanks,
luck with
Bart.
all your ventures.
Thank you
coming up.
very much. I'll see you guys. I'll be around, and I want to thank you all very much.
Great.
All right.
Well, there's Kenna James, of course, live at the bike favorite. He just finished second place in the Legends event. Seems like he's got a busy schedule now, and good luck to you, Kenna. Oh, there you go.
Go. There you go.
Guy's a great personality, Dave. It's funny that it was interesting. I always thought it was interesting that as Barry bets $80 here from seat number 9. Looks like he's on a stone cold bluff. He's got 9 deuce offsuit. No one has a pair, and he's probably going to take it down.
Well, he's got a pair of deuces.
Oh, he does. He's got
Look at that.
bottom pair, and it's good. It looks like.
Yeah.
Although Mo is called with 3-5, so Mo has a better hand, and the river's a 7. And it goes check here.
Check. Mo wins. Okay. Go on.
Kenna, obviously, this is probably kind of his biggest accomplishment. Now, he won one of the smaller events at the 5 Diamond Classic, but this, I think, making a WPT final table and finishing second is a huge accomplishment.
Well, for publicity, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. But I always just thought it was interesting that there aren't a lot of people who are poker commentators, and he really is one of them on GSN, and that's because of his personality.
Oh, yeah,
Obviously,
he's a great guy. He's a really nice. I mean, he's one of the few guys that I'd love just sit around and have a beer with. He's a cool guy. You can talk to him. You can talk poker. You can talk girls. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
He's just an all-around nice guy. And obviously an excellent tournament pro.
And he actually said, because someone posted up a question about, they said, while you're gone, why doesn't he play in cash games as well as he announces poker? And he admitted that he's really does not consider himself that good of a cash game player.
Right.
Does not think he has the fundamentals or the mechanics or the patience
Well,
to play.
We point this out all the time. It is a completely different animal.
Yeah.
Well, here Ed's raising up to $300 with pocket nines.
Well, it looks like it's a re-raise. Andrew raised with 5 8 spades. Pocket nines re-raised to $300. $100 original raise. And Andrew called, so the days of Andrew being tight, looks like they're over. King deuce king.
Not a bad flop for Ed. I remember my early days of hold'em. I'd look at a flop like that with pocket nines, go, oh no, there's overcards.
Yeah.
But obviously that's a very good flop for pocket nines.
Now you don't have a queen. Now you may have 5. I'm holding the high card now. I'm holding the ace.
Ed takes it down.
I got 2 cards.
Reminds me of flop today when I was playing Hold'em, Dave. 8 deuce 8 and 20-40 Hold'em. I had pocket aces. And I went under the gun and I raised, and the guy in the button called. I bet he called the flop. The turn was a 4. I bet he raised on the turn. Actually, on the turn.
Oh, wait, he's taking one.
And I 3-bet for Valiant.
Right.
Valiant 3-bet.
No, why not?
They turned over Queen 8 offsuit. So there you go. Or, excuse me, King 8 offsuit. That's why I brought that up. It just amazes me sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Getting back to Canada there real quick. It was interesting. I was actually talking to Barry because Barry had no idea. I was playing earlier No Limit Hold'em with Barry Woods at seat 9. And he had been playing with Canada. Plus, he also watches. He's an archive subscriber and watches past episodes. And he was surprised Ken had gotten that far. He goes, wow, he finished in second. He goes, I was watching his cash game. I wasn't really all that impressed. I go, well, it's completely, can't emphasize how different it is than a cash game.
I'm not going to call, I'm only going to raise. So do it.
Barry has made it 100 to go here with ace king offsuit. Has Andrew dominated.
Crying back to say the game.
And Andrew calls.
Re-raise.
Wow. Oh, wait a minute. He re-raises. Whoa. Wow.
4 more.
400.
We've got a raise by Barry, a re-raise by Andrew, and Barry re-raises again, and Andrew calls.
Yeah, this is
so quickly. We've got a $1,200 pot here.
Actually, a $1,400 pot.
$1,400 pot.
And
Juice 8-3 here, all clubs, and Barry's got the king, and Andrew's got the 10.
You should check your flop.
Ooh, I do. I'm all in.
Oh, and Andrew moves all in. All in, Dave, and that's a lot of money. And this would be a Barry-esque Gore call from a few months ago. Remember with the pocket sevens.
Well, I'm wondering if you're Andrew here, if you're Barry. Clearly, Andrew is representing 2 black aces.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's representing.
Problem is I have the second nut flush.
And the thing is that Barry's got the second nut flush draw.
He doesn't know what good shape he's in. Wow.
Andrew's moved all in, Dave. The pot was $1,400. Andrew's got about almost 3,000 or 4,000 behind him.
Now this
Barry has him covered.
Well, this is a tournament play that might just work. Wow, this is a hell of a...
I'm getting more worried that Andrew has 7,000 in front of him. So, Dave, if Barry made the call, it would be incredibly large pot, but he's going to lay it down.
But you got to put... I mean, the way Andrew played it, he's either got aces, he's got queens, he's got jacks. I mean, and he's got a club in his hand probably, too. Wow.
You think I risk everything for bluff, man? You nuts? What kind of
Amazing.
Oh, what a bluff.
Well, that was entertaining.
Next time you
I mean, that was actually interesting. That was a raise, a re-raise, another raise, and another raise. And then he just went all in.
Yep.
Andrew definitely played it like he had no repair. And I wonder if Barry had the ace of clubs and not the king of clubs, if he calls that. Wow. Well, this game is not for the meek, huh? You've got to bring your balls to the table.
Okay, I don't want to raise. I know I'm bad luck. Just call, go.
What a nice guy, Joe. As he says he doesn't want to raise because he has 9-4 off suit.
Oh, ace 5-9. Looks like he's picked up the best hand and he
bets.
Bet 40. That's $40.
Now, we know Barry's a subscriber, so in a couple of days when he checks out this episode, he's going to be hitting himself. Although that's a tough call. Real tough call with ace-king. Man.
Well, I mean, it's a tough call if you've got ace-king with the ace of clubs almost.
Yeah.
You know, you've got overcards, and you have a clubbed draw, and I guess you would hope that the guy would have pocket queens. But it's still, you might be a slight favorite, but you could be up against a higher pair, aces or kings or something
Without
like that.
a doubt.
You know, it's...
I got this card twice already.
If I had 2 clubs, or if I had the ace,
Very interesting play there.
I'd be drawing the second.
Barry, I think he's just saying that if he had the ace, he would have made the call. But yeah, that's a huge call on a draw.
Raise 200.
Ed's going to raise here in seat 5.
A lot of aces out there.
You know, it's interesting when Barry Greenstein was in here, Dave, he said that he is the only person in the big game when they're playing their no-limit section of their mixed game that will not run the cards multiple times. And the reason why he says that is because he doesn't want somebody to think that they can push him around all in with draws and that they're going to be able to get a reduced variance by running the cards multiple times.
Jonas used to say the same thing, actually.
Yeah.
Jonas said the same thing. He stopped running it more than twice, 3 times, because people would start taking advantage of the fact that they knew he'd make a deal.
Right, right.
Interesting that Barry would say that. I would say, if you've got a big enough bankroll, there's no need to run it more than once. Why not?
Yeah.
In the long run, it's going to work its way out anyway.
I heard that there's a guy walking around the table, Dave, with the hat on that says JLT on it, and I wonder if he's going to sit in the game.
Oh, wow. Well, Mr. Kim's just gotten up, so maybe.
Yeah.
Not like this game needs any more action, though, huh?
Four-way action here. Deuce 3-6 rainbow. There was a raise pre-flop.
Yeah, small $60 raise called 4 ways, so about a $250 pot.
And Joe is bet here with ace-10, ace-high, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah, he had the best hand.
And we are getting confirmation that the Jesus is coming into the game.
Yeah.
Now all we need is Patrick, Corporation Mike. I mean, I guess the ideal table would be Jesus, Corporation Mike, Patrick, Andrew.
Yeah.
A couple of the other.
Well, throw Ken in there too.
Yeah, Ken.
He's entertaining.
Yeah.
Whether he's winning or losing, he's entertaining.
Let's disappear.
I think maybe I was the only one disappointed that. I'm maybe happy that Kenna came in second. I had a piece of Alex.
Oh, you did?
No. I wish I did. I didn't. Dr. Beebe flops two pair here.
Top and bottom, and he checks it from up front. The turn's a 5.
Mo's picked up a draw now.
Yep. And he checks again, Dave. Beebe checks again. Now Mo bets with the draw. And, boy, Beebe's got a little bit of slow play-itis tonight. Let's see what Beebe does here. He check raises only 200 more here, Dave. And Mo calls.
David, Dutchman,
Oh, bam.
Oh, look at that. The river's an 8. And Mo's got the straight.
I'm convinced Mo is blessed.
And BB bets 300.
Now, that's not the card he really wanted.
Yeah, it's the 8 of hearts.
8 of hearts is a little scary. But I don't think Dr. BB is not the type of player that would raise on a
raise
draw.
a flush draw.
Yeah.
I think the value raise is in here for Mo. I don't think you think that BB's got it flush here.
Much more likely to have made the 5 like he had like ace 5, you know what I mean? Or king 5, say.
Yes. Something like king 5 or ace 5. And if you do, I think you might be able to raise here to maybe 1,000, Dave. 8 or 900.
Yeah, well, the pot is, I want to say the pot's
about with that
about
bet, it's about
$800
$1,200 with that bet. And look at this. Mo's actually going to move all in here, Dave. Maybe he thinks that BB can't go. BB's going to lay it down.
Let's say the word.
You're going to see that.
Again, that was interesting all-in bet there by Mel.
Well, the pot size on the turn, you're talking about when BB makes the check raise, I think the pot was probably maybe 500. Mo had 200 to call. I don't know if necessarily if he didn't check raise enough there, Dave.
No, I actually disagree with you. I think he did the check and raise enough. Mo, I don't think Mo had the odds to go for a straight draw with one card to go.
Okay. Again, it was a little difficult to see how much.
He just happened to get lucky and hit an 8.
Yeah.
And let's give Dr. Beebe credit. He bet for value, hoping that they did not have hearts. The problem was that 8 of hearts kind of completes every draw.
Yeah, exactly.
But give credit to Dr. Beebe for getting away from it.
30 minutes. I have to block you.
Andrew has raised here to $80.
Alan's going to call with a couple of black 7s. And Ed's in there with ace 6, one of my least favorite hands.
9-8-5, couple of spades. Alan's got an open-ended straight. Got a gut shot. Ed's got a gut shot. It goes checked around. The turn's a 5. Alan still has the best hand now. He's going to bet it here with pocket 7s.
And he bets $80.
Is Ed going to chase the gut shot? He is. He's chasing for the 2 7s that Alan has in his hand, and the river is a 9.
Check.
And it goes check, check.
Better than the board.
Yeah, and obviously,
That's why
if Alan knew that Ed had an ace there, he could. I think he should have probably put a value bet there. Well, it went checked around on the flop, Dave. Alan bet the turn. The guy called.
Yeah, I don't put him on a 9. You might put him on an 8, but if you put him on an 8, then you got to bet to get him off it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I think you have to bet that hand. And if he has an ace or he has some sort of draw with an ace, he might pay you off for a couple $100.
Well, exactly right. Maybe you think he's got a spade draw with the ace of spades, and he's going to pay you off there on the double paired board.
Right, exactly. And if he was calling you with, say, whatever, 10-8 or Jack-8 or something like that, you might have to bet big to get him off that hand.
Andrew's got pocket queens, a couple of ladies, and he's going to raise it up here.
150.
Oh, UCLA, come on.
He's bet $150.
Your pocket deuces. Smoking something? I have $20 in here. You got Ellen there.
And it takes it down.
Doesn't matter. Whatever you had would be me.
So I was playing earlier, Bart, and I know I mentioned this to you before. I took just such an awful beat from this guy. Flop comes out 3-5-7, okay?
3-5-7.
And I have 4-6.
Okay.
Needless to say, we get it all in on the flop. It's a bet. I raise, he re-raises me, I move all in.
Yeah.
And he has 2 black eights.
I need a porter back here on double
black
zero.
eights.
I'm here to observe these UCLA folks.
So he has an overpair to the board.
An overpair to the board. In a no-limit game.
Wow, you must have been like a 95% favorite or something like that.
Somewhere right around there, 95%. I just, first of all, I couldn't believe. I actually thought when he said I had an overpair, I said, oh, the guy must have had like kings or aces or queens, and he tried to slow play and he couldn't get away from it. He showed me 8s, and I'm looking at it going, 8s? That's it? And then, of course, well, not of course, but the turn came a 6 and the river came a 9. And, what a beat. That was just, all I could say was what Men the Master says. Nice hand, sir. And push my chips to him.
4-way action here. Looks like the pot was limped around. Been a lot of limping games so far. So. Queen 5-5.
Okay, we're on.
Couple of spades.
I don't know if I'll pay you if you're good.
Turn is a 10. No, that is a 9. 9 of clubs on the turn.
No, it's 10.
It is a 10. Double faked myself up.
Yeah.
And BB bets 300 here with Jack 10, and he's going to take it down. The other thing, I thought it was a little bit strange, Dave, when I was in doing the WPT ladies event last night. Carlos Mortensen and the Grinder and
Phil Locke
were in there, and Phil Locke was in there. And Kenna was in there in the beginning, and he left. And I'm like, what? He left. But he apparently had to go do something for Poker Royale. So
I guess he figured Marcia knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
She doesn't need him. And that must be a good day. You go home from work that day after winning $600,000. Pick up your kids and go, Daddy had a good day at work.
Flop comes Queen 8-3, a couple of club. Check, check, turns a Jack.
Ed still has the best hand here with 9 high. And he does. His 9 high plays.
Wow, that's
60.
And he bets.
Hey, it's a value bet. He has the best hand.
Can you beat a 6?
Maybe he'll get called by
That I couldn't even
he
beat
said that I can beat barely, but he can beat it.
4-5. Seriously. At 4-5. Couldn't even beat 6.
Well, that's got to be, one of it's pretty unique hand there to win with 9 high in a 3-way pot.
Right.
Everybody take a break?
But he bet it just in case it wasn't good.
I got a seat open.
The player is coming. This is coming here. They're calling one more there.
Who blind, Robert?
Once again, we are going to Monday through Friday. Live at the Bike is moving to Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 Pacific time. starting September 12th. Same friendly faces, same wonderful commentary, and don't worry, don't fret, Isaac will still be here.
I thought that we were going to get... Oh.
Shut up, Bart. Jesus.
Ace king off suit here.
3 players.
Mo's got it. Dr. BB has ace 4 and Ed's got queen jack. Deuce 7-10. Mo bets $210.
Kind of a little cold deck here. Nobody's flopping anything.
210 for you guys. You got 210?
Yeah, 1-0.
Oh, you got 210.
And Ed is calling with
Ed is
12
called
cards.
here with queen jack. Wow, 210 cold. Unbelievable. The turn is a 6. No help.
210.
Mo bets again. 210.
210.
And again, Mo has just got great instincts, Dave. I mean, against someone else that he would probably put on a 10 there, he might check the turn and take a card. But
Yeah, I think you're being kind there. Instincts. I mean, once again, I hate to be really, really outlandishly rude, but the way Ed is playing tonight, I mean, he might as well just throw the money on the table and burn it. It's funny though. Sometimes people go through phases. We have good days, we have bad days, in the sense of just we go through life, obviously, and it does affect. With some people, they bring it to the poker table, and whatever's going on with Ed right now, he's obviously brought it to the table, and it's affected his play tonight.
There you go.
and the pot is limped around once again. Wow, monster flop for Barry. Ace deuce of spades.
Yeah, that's
top
not a bad
pair and the
flop.
nut flush draw.
Nobody else has much of anything. Andrew's got Andrew has a Andrew has a double gutter. Needs a 2 or a 6 for a straight. Sometimes those double gut shots are hard to see right away.
Barry's gonna bet here.
120, he says.
Bets $120.
Yeah, pretty much so.
See if Andrew takes one off here. He's got 6 outs actually, because the spade will not do it for him.
That's what he's counting.
And that's the problem, is he got 6 outs and then Barry still has redraw.
Right.
Actually had 5 outs because Barry's got the deuce. No,
Oh, now.
No, I saw that. And
Go ahead. You saw one card.
Yeah, do something.
And that's, oh boy, and if Mo makes a move here, he's in big trouble, dude.
No, you can't.
Oh, it's gonna
Believe me,
fall.
I can win the pot.
You think so?
Yes.
Bet 500 more. That's it.
No, if he has ace, deuce, he's gonna call me. I beat you. If you have ace, deuce, I beat you. If you are flush, you can't have pocket deuce or ace, deuce. That's it. I saw this always.
and look at the manure that Mo is just
Spewing
tossing
out.
around, churning up here.
You didn't see me do this, okay?
Yeah, I got it. Oh my god. I got it. Ace, deuce.
9-5, churning the river.
See that. And they didn't
And,
see that on camera either.
Barry's hand would have held up anyway.
PR work.
Anyway,
And we're currently sending security to the live at the bike table. Apprehend Greg there.
Yeah.
Lock him up. We're illegally showing you turning the river.
guys, the cocktail you had.
This was not rabbit hunting, it was bunny hunting. You got it? This was bunny hunting, it wasn't running hunting. It wasn't rabbit hunting.
That's true.
It was interesting. You were talking a lot about Barry and how he was here last Wednesday and what a great job he
looks
did.
like 70
I
here.
had a great conversation with Joe, his son,
So 150
Joe Seebach, who actually currently writes for Card Player and is a professional poker player in his own right, just starting out.
Well, yeah.
And had some real success at the World Series this year, actually.
50 more.
And we had a great conversation. He's more of a
Yeah, there you go.
Felt like I played
Seems like
something
more of a
else.
tournament player from what he was telling me. But obviously
Yeah, right.
has got the genes for any poker game that it might be out there.
3 players.
Three-way action here. Ace 10-6.
Check my diamond
Andrew's
draw.
got a gut shot.
You got a diamond draw too?
Yeah, but I got a higher one than you. And we know Alan has Diddley's squad.
And it's got checked around here. Turns a 4. Barry's picked up a flush draw.
100.
100, 10 brown chips.
You got Allen out.
No.
How'd you get Allen out?
Okay, 50, we call 50 out. 20.
Let's bet the 100 just for kids.
If you say 20 cents, I'm not gonna call you pennies.
I'll find it in there. Thanks.
That bad money.
And I think Barry's going to take it down. But after talking to Joe and obviously and spending some time,
And he shows the king queen.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show everyone that the poster there in the background. I guess they're gonna have to reprint that, huh? What is that? Leopard skin?
I imagine so. Rar,
Can
rar.
you go up there a little bit?
Ace-3?
Live at the bike.
It's Fred. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Interesting.
Jack
Tiger.
5 or King 2, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
I play
Jack 3.
Offsuit.
Gotta have that. Did you watch any of the Little League World Series? They
Rarely.
keep running this Frosted Flakes commercial over and over and over again during Little League World Series. We are Tigers. If anyone knows what we're talking.
You know, when the commercials go on, you can change the channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're allowed to. You don't have to watch them. They also have this great invention, TiVo.
I have TiVo.
Oh, there you go.
You can be first.
That's Peter. Andrew is here.
Pocket Kings here for seed 8. Mo. He's going to raise. He's going to make it 60 to go.
I'd imagine he's going to take this one down. Nobody's got much of anything here. Now back to Joe Seabach really quick. I just want to say, after talking to him, he's a really, really intelligent guy, and a very nice guy, obviously. I'd imagine he'll be a force to be reckoned with in the tournament world and obviously in the cash game world as well.
Take time. I'm in control.
But if you're interested, you should definitely check out his article on Card Player.
So the test, I think, is harder.
I call blind.
Going on around here.
No, seriously,
blind,
some
Mo.
of my best poor white trash friends.
I didn't look, Mo. I didn't check. I didn't look. It's 100 or it's 10?
Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We're watching No Limit Hold'em. Blinds are $10 and $20. The minimum buy-in is $1,000, but most players have far more than $1,000.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, the brown reddish chips are $10. The white chips are $100 chips.
And the pot is once again limped around. Queen 5-3, couple of hearts.
Oh, yeah. 5 hands and not one person has a heart.
Turns a king. And Andrew's got a pair now, and he's going to bet 100. And if you want to watch this show and any of the saved shows, and I know that people have been coming up to me asking me, how do I get the archives so I can listen to Barry Greenstein? You can go to thebike.com or liveatthebike.com. Click on the on-demand banner. And a subscription that's $14.95 a month gets you all of the saved action over 1,100 hours.
You didn't want me to call you?
Now, Alan's going to call here with a wheel draw and a spade draw, and the river's a 10.
I checked. I missed my
I would like to see a raise there from Alan.
Yeah, check raise or a bet out on the turn, Dave,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something. Check calling. I don't know.
Okay.
Check call, hope you hit. If you don't hit,
blue
then-
ones.
No problem.
his ace obviously would have been good also.
Perfect.
You want some brown?
So again, we are changing our time starting September 12th to Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 o'clock Pacific time.
I'm gonna have a Saturday night free. I'm not even sure what to do on Saturday night anymore.
I call it blind.
Are you going to change around? Oh, there's GLT without the hat.
What?
Jesus.
Without the hat.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, I call blind.
Hey, sporting the Dodgers shirt there. They're having a pretty crappy year this year.
Yeah, they kind of remind me of what the Raiders are going to be this year.
Some pretty strong words there. Wow.
This has got to be a raising.
Or what the Jets are going to be. Where do you see this pot limped around?
Well, I wish it were, but
Wow, there's some fighting words here.
close.
I might have to make a wager with you.
I'm going to miss the opening night of the season on Thursday. Patriots Raiders. King Deuce 3.
Look at Antonio. 2 pair. Deuce 3.
Gary's got an open-ended straight draw.
Bam. Just like that.
And Andrew's bet $20 with King 9.
Well, he's got top
From
pair. He
seat
wants to see
4.
where he's at.
I can't imagine that Ed would call here with Queen 8.
20. Deuce 3. I mean,
Ed makes the call with Queen 8.
What do you mean you can't imagine that?
Dr. Peavy makes the call with King 4.
And if you're Antonio here, what do you do?
You got a check raise now. Everyone's in.
Yeah.
220.
He's going to make it 220 to go with Deuce 3.
Andrew quickly calls.
Yep.
Andrew, believe me, if you didn't call right there,
you're all in?
I make 600 more.
Oh, really? You can still.
Well, Mo only has ace high. Barry's the other one with the draw here.
King Deuce is better
If
than
you're Barry here, you might call this, especially with Andrew calling in the
yeah.
middle. I actually like the fact that if the ace comes, it
really?
might make somebody a
Barry's
strong
gonna
hand.
muck it. It is a rainbow. Oh, there's 2 spades on the board,
Yeah.
so there you go.
If you're scared that somebody has a flush draw. Oh, wow.
Turns a 9, and now Andrew's made kings up. But it's a spade, which is a little bit of an action killer, Dave, I'm
Without
sure.
a doubt.
Yeah.
If that was a red 9, that would have been a huge card.
Andrew's going to bet.
Well, hey, if it gets checked to you, then you're pretty sure that your 2 pair is
He
good.
bets 1,200, Dave. The pot's only about 600. He bets 1,200. And Antonio, not buying it, he's going to push all in. It looks like he's going to call.
Wow, and Antonio's in really bad
Yeah,
shape.
Antonio's going to need to catch a 3 or a deuce here. And the river is a 7. No one has a spade, a 4-liner. 4 spades.
Spades. I had him.
And I think that's the reason Andrew bet so much was he didn't have a spade in his hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was scared of it and wanted to take the pot down right there. Wow. Calls $200, and he gets rewarded with about I want to say about a $3,500 pot now.
Yep.
Wow.
But he 600 one, he might not call with Deuce 3.
Yeah, might not call, but if he calls,
Okay, I got a small on the button and 2 big blinds. Thank you, Andrew.
And just for those at home, right now the button is in seat 4, small blind in seat 5, big blind in seat 6. Blinds are $10 and $20.
Actually, someone just gave me a suggestion here. This is from Ohio Man. He says, wouldn't it make more sense if you guys could announce where the button is each hand in the big blind? And actually, they had us do that for the WPT, so I will start trying to do that.
And once in a while we can do it. Obviously, if we do it every time, it might get a little old.
Well, I think that just to give 1 point of reference, you might be able to do it.
Well, you
Just
see
at
that
the
big
beginning
white
there.
disc
I know,
down
yeah.
thing?
I mean, you can kind of see
Yeah,
it here.
figure it out, okay?
6 players.
6-way action here. Limped around, and Dr. Beebe's flopped trip kings. And Barry's got a flush draw with a 3-5.
And knowing Dr. Beebe, he's going to check it.
And so does Andrew. Yeah, Dr. Beebe's got the slow play-itis tonight. And Andrew's going to bet. He's going to bet 20. And now if you're Beebe, don't you raise here, Dave? He just calls. Wow.
I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe, if the ace of hearts hits, he's going to, he'll win a lot of money.
Call.
Ace of hearts would be a great card. Big action card.
Turns a heart. And 2 players have flush, Barry and Andrew. And they both are very, very deep stacked here, Dave.
Huge stack.
And BB's got trip kings, and this is going to be a huge hand.
Oh, yeah.
Barry's going to bet 150 here. And let's see what Andrew does.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is going to be a monster.
And imagine if Dr. Beebe had the ace of hearts in his hand.
Watch these UCLA guys.
This is really interesting. Dr. Beebe is not drawing dead by any means.
No.
You need to deuce, a 6, a king, or an ace.
Look at this. Did Andrew just flat call? And BB just flat calls. This is incredible.
Well, it's all going to, a lot of it's actually going to river. Let's see what the river is.
No heart on the river. Oh, it's a king! And BB makes quads. He makes quad kings, but the thing is that that's a huge action killer. And he checks it. He checks it from up front. He checks his quads from up front. And I don't know what BB's waiting for. How can you not put money in the pot? And he doesn't make any money. Oh, Dr. BB.
I can't believe that. What is he doing? Oh, my God.
Show them the king, man. Show them the king. It's crap.
Good Lord.
Oh.
Flies.
I'm waiting for you to bet it.
I was so sure he had the king.
Yeah, with
Dave, I didn't want an action killer to come on the turn. They played it very passively on the turn. Both people had flushes. I thought that was going to be a huge pot.
Boy, I got to be honest with you. If a blank hits the river,
Yeah.
it isn't. It's a huge pot. We're
I
talking
think
about
BB gets away from the hand.
Of course.
Yeah.
But we're talking about Barry's got $6,000.
Yeah.
Andrew's got $6,000. We're talking about probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $8 to $10, $12,000 pot on the river. If an action killer doesn't come,
That's why I bet.
and the most main thing is, first of all, both flushes give Dr. BB a free draw to beat him.
Right.
Dr. BB on the flop gives them both a free draw.
Yeah.
I just, and he makes nothing on it.
He makes nothing on his quads.
Oh, you got the king.
Remember, it was a bet of 20 on the flop and 200, a smooth call, and the river gets checked down.
So what was the pot? Maybe $800?
It was, wow.
Jesus is just looking, going, what? I don't get it. You had 4 kings and you didn't bet? Oh my! And that's one of those hands you go, wow. I could have made probably $6,000 or $7,000 in that hand.
This is going to be a disaster. This is going to be a total disaster.
Ace, Jack, 4, a couple of hearts.
Well, Jesus has got top and bottom pair here.
Yep, top and bottom, and he checks it from up
This
front.
hand's going to be a disaster.
And boy,
Oh,
we have seen some
man.
huge slow plays here tonight, Dave.
Oh, it's just like the norm, you
It's
know?
just ridiculous. I mean, this is like brings it down to usually what the restricted buying folks do down there. Turns
100.
7,
100.
and now Jesus bets 100.
Okay, fellas, that's up.
And Barry calls. Barry's got Jack 10.
Oh, wow.
The river's
Andrew,
a deuce.
Andrew would have got there with Jack Deuce, but he
Yep.
folded.
300.
And Jesus bets 300.
That's a nice value bet there.
Remember what we say about Jesus, that he doesn't bluff a lot on the river.
Right, exactly.
Okay, fellas, what do we
Barry
got?
calls.
Ace.
Oh, ace 4. Man, that beats my jack deuce.
Yeah, and I think Andrew's happy that he left.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Andrew would have got there and then been gotten killed anyway. Wow, what a hand. I mean, had it worked out the way it was supposed to work out,
Thank you.
you would have seen a bet, a raise. Dr. BB might have called, and then you might have seen a re-raise, and then an all-in, and then
Yeah.
maybe BB throws his hand away.
Right.
And then the third king comes out there. And,
Yeah.
Oh, man. I almost feel like I'm ripped off. I mean, that was a hand. That should have been. Go out there and smack him on the head. Come on, guys.
And how do you check the river there? I mean, you got 2 people with flushes. Who's going to bet there with 3 kings on board? Do you put somebody on an 8? I mean, come on, Dr. BB. That's not a time to check to induce a bluff.
I mean, let's be honest.
That's ridiculous.
Even if a guy has pocket 9s, he's
Yeah.
not going to check he's not going to bet the river.
Yeah.
No way.
King 7, 9, couple of spades. Mo's got a flush draw, and he bets immediately. Deuce 3 of spades.
I mean, I can't believe Dr. BB actually even said it. He goes, I thought maybe one of you guys would bet.
100.
3 kings on there?
Right.
And I have the king?
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
So Mo bets here, and Ed calls with King 8.
Okay, fellas, heads up.
And Dr. BB throws away his 9.
And Mo bets blind on the turn. He bets 200 blind on the turn. Uh-oh, and a king comes on the turn, and Ed's made trips. And Mo doesn't like that. And Ed's going to raise.
Pot's been raised to 1,000.
He makes it 1,000 to go. Mo bet 200 blind.
This is one of those pretty easy. It's like, okay, you know exactly where Ed's at.
Yeah.
I bet on the side 200, Ed. I bet on the side $200 on the side that you don't have a king.
Mo says, I bet 200 on the side that you don't have a
Put
king.
it there. I said I bet.
And look at this. And Ed immediately puts the money out there, Dave. This is
That was just a pro dealing with the amateur there. That was pretty.
That's hilarious.
Hey, that's a nice little trick there. If you're not sure if the guy has a king or not, say, hey, I bet you $100. The guy quickly throws 100 on there. Hey. Wow.
You said I bet
Mo
you
just
don't
played
have
him like a fiddle.
I didn't say I bet you don't have the king. What did you say?
And thank you, Jive, on 2+2 for making the lumberjack picture there.
But I did have a king.
Yeah, but I said I
Thank you very much.
bet.
Oh, Mo's saying I should bet. Mo's squelching out.
English is not his primary language.
It's a language problem.
You know, Clinton did say.
It's a language.
Well, can you is what was it?
Define
is or define whatever.
Pocket queens there for
Define sex is
for Allen, and he's just limped in here, Dave, with the queens under the gun. It looks like playing him slow. He's not going to get the re-raise in there. We haven't seen a lot of pre-flop raising in this game, though.
Yeah, I don't mind queens being limped in under the gun.
Well,
occasionally mixing it up here.
If you're at an aggressive table, I'd understand it, but when's the last time we've seen a pre-flop raise?
No, I don't. But I don't mind taking it if it doesn't get raised. Then it's just you play it according that way.
King 3-5 here, a couple clubs.
Well, there you go. You said you wanted to have sex. And he's got money.
And he's going to throw a little feeler bet out there, Dave, $100.
You're my bet,
I mean, I think if it's okay to mix it up once in a while, limp in there with queens or jacks.
Kids are bad. You could say almost anything you want.
Because
I don't really want to play
ones in England.
those. I mean, queens are obviously it's a premium hand, but playing them out of position can be difficult sometimes.
Alan, you bet 100 or is that like 10?
Just 100.
Just 100?
You can scratch one of the zeros every time.
Set up on 3. Set up on 3. No, it's a good hand.
And Allen's going to take it down.
You probably had a good hand, but I sure had a better hand.
Thank you, Alan. Okay.
And just to answer Kev Math over at 2+2, yeah, I like the Derek Lowe reference. Yeah, I guess the Dodgers having a bad year or Derek Lowe having a bad year, it's all a matter of, what's your priority? Some people might say Derek Lowe's having an excellent year. I, for one, am madly in love with my wife and would say it's not.
It was like that episode of Entourage when they said that Vince was sleeping with half the town, and his agent Ari said, I thought that was a good thing. I thought they were giving him a compliment.
You want chop? Wow. Can you beat my 4?
Barry must be disappointed too, because you look at the way that flush over flush with the 3 kings laid out. I really think for all that money, I'm not sure how deep Dr. Beebe is, but there would have been a considerable side pot.
Well, the thing
that
the thing
Barry
is
would have
that,
gotten from Andrew.
Yeah, I was going to say the thing is that he. Unfortunately, it wasn't necessarily Barry's fault because he bet the flush on the turn. It was that Andrew, slow played it to the point where an action killer came on the river, because I don't know if Andrew's capable of laying down that jack high flush. All the money would have went in there. Remember they had that pot
king out
before.
there.
Remember they had the pot before with the king 10. He pulled the bluff on him before. So.
Well, if one more heart goes out there, yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's just a bad card on the river. We just didn't want to see a heart or a king. Yeah. Now an ace would have been great.
An ace would have been fabulous.
Or ace of hearts. I mean, because that would have given Barry the nut flush.
Barry would have the nut flush,
yeah.
and Andrew would have the second nut.
Barry raises here. Pocket jacks, $80, and 4 people call. So it's a $400 pot. Ace 9-9.
Amazing. 4 people call an $80 bet, and nobody has an ace. What are these people calling $80 with?
Ed's
Jack
got
3,
Jack
Jack 6.
Jesus has got Jack 6. Dr. Beebe's got pocket 7. Barry's going to bet here. It gets checked to him on the button. It's a $400 pot. It's going to bet $250.
I mean, you got to be crazy, but to me, if I raise with pocket jacks and 4 people call me and an ace flops, 1 ace, I'm almost definitely okay. One of these guys have to have an ace, right? Little do I know.
No, he's going to put a feeler bet out there, and he's going to take it down.
Is it good? BN is good, right? BN is good.
Hey, if you're a girl, or you know a girl, and you're over 21, come on down this Sunday on September 4th at the Queen of Clubs tournament. You get a buffet and mimosas starting at 11:30 in the morning. And then at 2:15 starts the Bounty No Limit Hold'em tournament. All this for $30. You get a buffet, you get unlimited mimosas.
Buffet?
Yeah, you're not a girl, you can't do this. Buffet, mimosas, and No Limit Hold'em. And hey, you win $5 for each person you eliminate this Sunday at the Bicycle Casino.
Dave, you've been talking a big game about your wife's play. Get her down here and play in the tournament.
I would gladly put her in. I don't think she'll come down, though.
Really?
Don't think she will.
No? No, doesn't have the poker fever yet.
No, she had it for a while, and then she kind of stopped, and now she's a little hesitant to jump back in.
You guys give it to me right now, or I gotta get it. Yeah, I have to win tonight.
New player there in seat 3. We lose Joe.
Dave, that guy, he looks very, very recognizable. He's an actor, isn't he? What has he been in? Oh, this is going to really bother me. His name is Leo.
Yeah, I don't know if he's an actor. I just know him as Leo. I've played with him a few times.
No, but he's been in... of course, you always see this when you live in L.A. I'm like, oh, yeah, that guy's been in something.
Been in something? Okay.
Yeah.
Take your word for it.
Oh, come to me. Someone's got ace-9 here. Maybe someone can help me out there.
Yeah, Andrew's got ace-9 here. But she's going to bet it. He's got an open-ended straight draw. Button is in seat 4. Jesus was in the big blind position there, and he comes out straight out and bets his straight draw.
8-9-3 on the flop.
I believe it's a smooth call there from Andrew. So we got about a $300 pot right now.
And the turn is an 8. Jesus bets 100.
That's a nice bet there by Jesus.
Stop bet, right?
Oh, it's a great bet. And he gets there.
And the river's a 7, and there you go. He's going to get there.
Now let's see if he throws in a nice, say, $400 bet.
Well, that's actually a classic example of when you can use that stop bet there.
It's a great bet. He named his own price for the draw.
Yeah.
Had he checked, Andrew might throw in a $250 bet or a $300 bet.
Look at this. He pushes all in here.
Wow.
Push all in.
And what is that, about a $1,500 bet? $1,100 more.
It's like 12. 11.
And that's a perfect example of how to use a stop bet there. You bet 100 into a $300 pot.
Yeah. Well, Barry Greenson said he was really not a big fan of stop bets, or that he can sense them out. Now, usually you're not going to use them against the best echelon of players. I'm not normally going to throw a defensive bet against Mo, but against a guy that I don't think really knows what's going on.
Most people can smell them out.
Yeah.
A really good player can smell them out and go, okay, that seems like a bullshit bet.
Right.
I'm not gonna fall for that. But hey, in this case, it worked out perfect.
Yeah.
Like anything in poker, there's always a time and a place for everything. And having all these weapons in your arsenal, not much here Andrew can beat.
Andrew says he's 70% sure he has the best hand.
Well, listen to the 30% then. I mean, let's say, what can Andrew beat here that Jesus would move all in on?
Guys are playing fair game?
Andrew said, do you want me to fold?
How you play? 100, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4?
Yeah, if I fold, you show me.
And 50 all the way.
All the way?
And Andrew's asking, if I fold, will you show me? And Jesus says, yes, I'll show you.
I'll say that all the time. I have no problem showing a bluff.
Yeah, right.
5 minutes delay.
Can you ask stall for 5 minutes, and for half the pot, I'll go call and find out.
Can you ask the internet?
Turns over ace-9.
That ace 7? Ace 9.
Didn't you just say that he was going to show him?
I think I got him. I think he bought it. That's a check the internet.
Oh, there we go. Jesus said he's only going to show. I think Jesus is telling him that he had 2 pair.
Two pair. Well, in that case, Ace 9 would have won. Unless Jesus had an overpair to the board, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. It was an interesting way to play it. Bet 100, bet 100.
Yeah, that was a little strange.
1100.
Strange bet on the river, but Jesus does that though. That's his style. I mean,
Yeah.
he'll do that with top pair. He'll do it with anything.
Well, it's really difficult to read him because, I don't know if he's always 100% sure of what he's doing himself.
Right. I'm still trying to figure out where I've seen that guy in C3 before.
He's been on the show before.
No, I know, but he's. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else.
$70 tilt bet.
Uh-oh. Andrew might be tilting here.
Andrew's got Jack 10 offsuit.
Actually, Andrew has King 6.
King 6 of clubs.
Yeah, King 6 of
Leo's
clubs.
got Jack 10. And here we go with the multi-way action.
$60 pre-flop from each person.
Is there a percentage on that assumption?
I'm not sure.
7%.
I'm 15% sure you have 4 or 5.
I got 5 players in this.
One of my cards.
I think your odds are better than that.
Really?
Really.
Now I'm about 99.9% sure I'm going to win this.
Ace 8-3 here, a couple of clubs. Andrew's got the flush draw.
Alan, so now I'm on free
This is a $300 pot.
He's trying to tell me that he's paying
free roll.
attention.
One more 8 comes, I'm going to get money. But there's no 7.
200.
He's not free roll.
He's going to bet $200.
Look at Jesus, though. Jesus got bottom 2 pair.
To 6.
Yeah, he's going to check raise.
$400 raise.
He's going to make it 600 straight, so 400 more.
Nice spot for a check raise there, huh?
400. Just a mere 400.
I like the check raise.
And if Andrew's on tilt and he pushes all in here, Jesus is going to instantly call. And there you go, Andrew pushes all in. He pushes all in, and Jesus is going to call, Dave, right? Of course he's going to call. Here we go.
Start a fire on the table, and Jesus wouldn't go anywhere. I mean,
let's see that turn. The turn's a 4. And the river's a jack, and Jesus takes it on.
take it down. Andrew, meet Jesus. Jesus, meet Andrew.
2-4.
And there he is, the myth, the legend.
Minus the hat, though.
Yeah, he looks better with the hat, I gotta tell you.
1,350 more, Dave. So that pot is over a $4,000 pot, and boy, Andrew's going to be on tilt now. Yep.
Well, that's the thing with Andrew is he'll play pretty solid. He'll gamble up. He'll play pretty solid. As long as the things are going okay for him, he's okay.
Yeah.
But if things start going wrong, watch out.
اینا میگه پاشو بیا خواهم یه سیگار بکشم گفتم برو لفت رو میام
Thank you, Jesus.
Can you at least give me one face card? Not two. I don't want it. One
would do it.
Wow, what a game tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Legends of Poker ends. We get Kenna in here.
You are?
Kenna James, who finished second place in Legends of Poker main event. And now we get a great game here.
$400.
Ooh, a raise there by Andrew with 8-6 of spades, and Ed has re-raised to 400 with ace-6 offsuit.
See, I like this play here because you suspect that Andrew's on tilt.
And Andrew's going to call with the 8-6 of
Oh,
spades,
wow.
and he's dominated. How about a couple 6 here on the board?
He is just steaming.
Here comes the flop, Jack 7-6.
And this is just playing the player.
Ed bets 500, and Andrew calls, and we've got a big pot brewing again. The turn is a 7.
Steaming.
Ed continues to bet.
Steaming.
He bets 1,400 on the turn.
And this is like, you look at this inconsequential hand,
It's
and we're talking about a 2,000.
No, it's a $3,000 pot now. 1,400 for Andrew to call. 1,400.
Andrew just thrown away $700 here. Did he just go all in?
No.
No, okay.
I barely know you. If it was Leo, it would be a different story.
Oh, man.
You would take advantage?
Definitely.
Remember, Andrew bought in for, what was it, 6,500, Dave?
Oh,
At
that,
the beginning of the show?
and he was doing fine. I mean, he made a nice play with the King 10.
And he mucks.
And now, in the last 5 minutes, you know, I mean, he is the definition of on tilt.
Yep.
I put him on pocket 9.
Again, not to harp on hands before, but of course we're on a 5-minute delay, and now there's been some discussion on the board about the Quad Kings play by Dr. Beebe. Russ Fox, of course, says Russ, the continuation bet Fox, says that play wasn't tight. It was stupid. An action-killing card. He can't hurt to throw some money in the pot there.
You actually do it with a nice Russ voice there.
Well, that was the whole point.
I like that. That's really good. A little Russ Fox imitation.
That play wasn't tight. It was stupid.
Why don't we do? We should actually have that. Why don't we have a Russ Fox night? Everybody come in and dress up and do your best Russ Fox impersonation. The winner will get a Ron Rose book.
There you go. How about the winner gets a Russ Fox book?
They actually bet
Yeah.
that. The winner gets a Russ Fox book.
King 4-5 here, a couple of hearts. Ooh, someone's got King 5. It's Andrew. He's got top 2 pair.
Well, I asked for Russ for some books of his,
Yeah.
but he never gave me any.
He said you can get them at the bookstore.
Right.
Whereas Barry, he dropped off about 45 books for us.
Well, Barry dropped off a bunch of books for us.
Yeah.
Ron Rose dropped off books for us. But Russ Fox, no books for us. Hint, hint. And, well, this time Andrew's going to put some chips in the pot, but he's got the goods.
So Barry, he's over there. He's going to muck. Alan's going to muck.
110 and then drafting. I'm always thinking about it.
Andrew shows the King 5.
Well, I think Andrew might be leaving here. Kind of one of those things where he kind of knows he's not playing his A game anymore.
Thank you.
And
Ooh, Corporation Mike's going to come into the game, Dave.
Well, I was
and
about to
we're
say,
going to have a
yeah.
doozy here in the last
Well, I was
couple
about
of
to say I was
minutes.
disappointed because I didn't really want to leave. I love watching players on tilt.
Yeah.
I
mean, this might be part of the problem with changing the show from 6 to 9. You might want to change it from 7 to 10 so that we can get Corporation Mike for at least an hour with some of these other guys. Because I think he gets off of work at like 8:30 or something.
He takes it personal.
Like any other casino employee, heads right over to the tables with the with his paycheck. No,
Well, without a doubt.
Well, he makes a very, very, very good living because, of course, he works. He's either partnership with the corporation.
I think he owns the. I think he runs the
or he runs the
owns
corporation. Yeah.
So.
Of course, when they say you got that 2% edge.
Yeah, the corporation we're talking about obviously is in the
California game section.
California game section where they play Pie Gal.
And the corporation really is. You don't play against house players in these games. You play against the other players. You don't play against the house. But the corporation almost becomes the house because they're taking the house's rules. They have the rules of the house. So you're always going to have an edge. They're the bank all the time, basically.
And look at us, Leo's flop trips.
Yep, trip 9s and he checks.
Nobody else has
from
got
up
much
front.
of anything, though. Dr. Beebe's got a pair of 6s. The king kicker. But, man, Dr. Beebe doesn't put any money in there with quads. He's certainly not going to put in there with a pair of 6s.
Right.
And, wow, they're checking it again here, and
there's
3 spades out there.
And Jesus is going to bet here. Got a pair of 3s and the 7 of spades.
40, 80.
He's going to bet 80. Alan folds.
80.
And Leo just calls. Wow. And the river is a spade. I just don't get it, Dave. Leo checks. Jesus bets. He's going to bet with the 7 of spades. He's going to bet
And is he going to get paid off now?
I mean, at this point, trips is no better than anything else, right? I mean, you're not really scared of...
It can only be the bluff.
Right.
Really.
And
Wow.
he
I
shows
mean,
it.
odd play there by Leo.
A7.
I was sure we were going to get a check raise down the turn.
No, A7. This is a 7. No. A7. Aussie's 8. Come on. Aussie's 8.
Now, interesting, we were talking about the corporation there. The corporation actually, in California, unlike Vegas, you can play blackjack and you can play pie gal, but you're not actually playing against the house, like Bart said. So what you're doing is you're playing against other players. So the house, like let's say in blackjack, we'll use a simple game, that house actually moves around to each customer. Who has the ability, if they want to, they can cover everybody's bets. But oftentimes people are betting more than you're comfortable in covering, so that's where the corporation comes in and covers all bets.
I checked also because I didn't like it. A black was set with the ace kicker.
Got a 6, 7, 8 there, all spades. Leo's got the 5 of spades there. He's got the straight flush draw, open-ended straight flush draw. And Alan's the only other player with the jack of spades. He also has a 9, so he's got the open-ended. And Ed's got 2 pair here. He's got top 2 pair. He just calls. Wow. Very interesting. Not a kind of flopper I really want to slow play it. Barry's going to call with the... he's got the ass end of the straight draw. Very surprising. Let's see what comes on the turn here. We got about a $400 pot now going to the turn. And there's a 10. Wow. And Alan has now picked up the straight. And Alan's actually got... He's pretty much got the goods here because he's got the jack high straight. It's 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. So even if somebody else has a 9, which in this case they don't, somebody else has a 9 here, they might think they're chopping, but they're not going to chop it. Alan's got the higher straight. Plus he has the jack spade redraw, which is the highest spade out there. And Ed's going to kind of make a frustration call there. He calls again with a 7, 8 of hearts. He's going to need a 7 or an 8. And Jesus is he's reaching for his chips, thinking he might move all in, but I think folding is probably the better option here, Jesus. And he does fold. And Barry folds. And Ed is in bad shape here. He's going to need a 7 or an 8 on the river. And the ace of spades is not going to do it.
Well, I had this straight anyways. I had the not straight. Now I have the flush, yeah. I mean,
right.
What I'm saying, I didn't want that. No. Yeah, but I didn't want that. I had the not straight.
Alan didn't want that ace of spades. Maybe he wanted a 7 or 8 instead. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We are playing and watching No Limit Hold'em. It's a great game tonight. Action, full of a lot of action, a lot of live players. 10, 20 blinds. And look at there's a little shot of Mo. Action Mo. He's the host of our game here. Puts a good game together. And there's Jesus. One of our favorites. And Jesus has a 9-5 there. Little Dolly Parton there. 9-5. And it's going to get limped around here. Looks like 7-handed, $140 pot to the flop. Flop of King, King, 8 there. 2 diamonds. Nobody has a king here.
Either kings or spades. Yeah. You know?
Now, Ed is going to bet it here. He's got pocket deuces. He actually has the best hands. He's going to take a shot at it, and he takes it down. Actually, did not have the best hand. I'm sorry, Alan actually had pocket 6s. Nice bet there by Ed, and he takes it down. Kind of a little half feeler bet and a half steal bet, and he takes it. Can't fault Alan for throwing away 6s there. He can't even beat the 8 on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Kings are good.
Okay, I'll take a flush.
Which one? Spades?
Anyone that comes.
Dead straddle.
And Alan's going to make it $40 with pocket 9s. Got a couple of red 9s here. He's certainly going to get called in a couple of spots here.
That's a must-call bet.
And everybody calls him. He gets 4 callers.
Come on. Give me
So we are looking at a, I think you said $60 bet, so we're looking at a $300 pot. Dr. Beebe once again slow playing the ace-king. Could get himself in trouble here. Jesus has an open-ended straight draw.
It's pretty light in here. 80.
80.
Alan's going to bet $80 here. And Jesus is going to smooth call with the open-ended straight draw. And this is a place where Dr. Beebe really should be moving. And Dr. Beebe just calls. I don't understand what the play is there. I mean, you get an $80 bet. It's a $400 pot, and Alan bets 80. Jesus calls 80, and Dr. Beebe just smooth calls. And now Barry's going to smooth call.
No, we have respect, just very little.
And now we're looking at about a $720 pot, $700 pot to the turn. And Dr. Beebe clearly has the best hand, but he's letting everybody sit in there. Wow. And now we get a deuce of spades on the turn here. It's not going to help anybody.
400.
When it gets checked, oh, actually, okay. And Dr. Beebe bets out right there with $400 bet. Let's see if Alan can call.
You played that card, 3-4? You played it because he was suited?
And Alan actually thought Dr. Beebe, he thought the deuce maybe helped him.
He ran away. He's not here.
But the deuce did not help him. Just slow playing another big hand.
Yeah, you know, there's something to be said about playing conservatively. Or, again, I'm trying to figure out if Dr. Beebe's just trying to get real tricky. I mean, we've seen so many different hats on him where sometimes he'll play really well and he'll use his image and make some bluffs and steal some pots. You know, again, Dr. Beebe, a very nice guy. He's played well in the past. I just don't think that this is his best night right now.
Yeah, and there's Ron Rose.
No.
Great poker player, great guy. One of the good guys who gave us a lot of books. Yeah, you almost look at the two of them. They can pass off as like twins here. Look at this. Dr. Beebe, Ron Rose. Dr. Beebe, Ron Rose. Who's who?
Hey, Ron.
And Corporation Mike actually played in that big game after the show was over on Wednesday, too, Dave. 5,100.
It's not that big a game. It's only a $5,000
I know,
money
it's a
game.
restricted buy-in.
I mean, to me, that's not a big game.
Yeah.
This game is almost bigger. You've got, I mean, Barry's got $7,000, $8,000 in front of him.
Heads up, huh?
Queen, Jack, Deuce here. Alan limped in with pocket sixes. Looks like Ed's going to bet.
Ed's probably going to take it down then.
Yep.
120.
All right.
I mean, because if I have pocket sixes there and the two red sixes, even if my opponent is betting his spades, they're probably overcards, and I don't want to get involved.
And Ron Rose is going to come into the game, and he's going to buy in for $5,000. You know, we talk about, and Barry Greenstein talks about in his book, stepping up to a level. And what a security blanket or what a net if you want to step up to a high-limit, no-limit game, to pop in that game where you've got a bunch of experienced limit players, but inexperienced no-limit players, plus they give you, again, that cap. I mean, I think that's a great game to jump into if you're a guy that's a no-limit specialist that wouldn't feel comfortable playing in a 50-100 no-limit game. Now, I asked Mo, I'm like, why don't you go and play? He says he just didn't like the setup.
I got to be honest, I agree with Mo. I disagree with you on that. I think it's a terrible setup game. I think any game where there's a restricted buy-in is not no-limit hold'em.
But what I'm saying is that if you played it ABC for the first couple hours and built up a chip stack,
right, but people
take a shot.
These players aren't stupid. They know you're playing ABC. Well, you know, I'd rather take. I mean, to me, no limit hold'em. The whole point of it is, you know, you're playing different kind of cards. It's playing the people. And if I'm restricted in my buy-in, well, then I can't really bluff because, hey, you think Ken Berg is really scared if he makes a bluff with pocket? I mean, let's say he has pocket aces and he goes in $1,500, and I move all in for $5,000. You think Ken Berg is going to throw away for $3,500? Of course not. But if I have $35,000 behind me, maybe I can get him to lay down the hand. I don't buy.
Well, look at this. Mo is bet here with the ace of diamonds and a gut shot, and Ed has an open-ended straight flush draw with 3-4.
And a pair.
And there's the turn is the deuce, and that gives him a straight. But Mo's going to continue to bet here.
300.
He's going to bet 300.
And he's also got the gut shot, the higher end of the gut shot here.
He could catch a 4 or a diamond.
1300.
And Ed's going to raise. Mo bets 300, and Ed raises. He makes it 1,300 to go.
Ed hasn't beaten anybody all night except Mo.
Now, Mo, you know, he doesn't know what anyone else has, so he's got 9 clean diamond outs, plus, I guess he would say 3 4s. So
Right.
12 outs, but we know that one of the 4s is dead. Ed has a diamond in his hand.
We also know deuce of diamonds obviously is no good. And the 7 of diamonds is no good.
That's right. That's right. Obviously, if Mo knew what Ed held, it would be an easy fold right
Exactly,
now.
right.
Yeah. It'd be really interesting to see the 7 of diamonds come out. But again, Mo isn't stupid. He knows it's a one card to a straight flush. He's really thinking about making a call here, Dave.
Yeah. This is one of those he's got to know that if he hits his hand, he better get paid off.
I think he's going to lay it down, Dave.
I would imagine he will,
yeah,
too.
it's only one card.
I mean, if another diamond comes up, is he really going to get paid that much?
Yeah.
I put it here for Mark. I meant, you know.
He's looking at the pot.
Lock the seat.
That's what, yeah, exactly. And the pot is what, about?
Well, before that card, the pot was, I think it was about either 500, was it 400? About 400 before the pot. And that now Mo puts a bet in for, I think it was 400 here on the turn, or 300, and gets raised to 1,200. So now the pot's 1,900, and it's another 900 for Mo to call, I'd say approximately.
So he's getting a little more than 2 to 1, and you're not sure what the implied odds are.
Yeah. Because again, it's not like his hand is not disguised. You know, if a 4 comes, he has the 7, but it's you know.
Well, when offsuit 4 comes, that's probably the best card for him.
Yeah.
You know, 4 spades comes, something like that.
And he lays it down.
Now, not to disagree with you on that last point, just for disagreeing sakes, just to be honest with you, I'm looking at a game, if I'm playing no limit, to me, if I'm playing a big no limit game like that, or if I have $5,000, I'd rather take a shot in a game like this where the blinds are 10-20, where I can really play true no limit. To me, though, once those games, if the blinds are 50-100, and I've only got $5,000 behind me, you know, to me, part of no limit is being able to, you know, somebody raises it up, you know, 4 or 5 times the big blind, and if I have a good hand that maybe I can, you know, maybe I can win his whole stack on.
Oh, has Jesus left the table? Oh.
He left in the middle of the hand, it looked like. He had an open-ended straight draw on the left right away. Didn't even wait for the river.
Especially, Dave, I'll take it away and shove it up your ass and pull the trigger until it goes click.
Okay.
Big Lebowski fans
Yeah.
out there. Jack 8-5 here, a couple of spades.
I don't think anybody's going to call here. Mo was the only one that might have called. You know what I mean, though? I mean, I guess I'm not a big fan of the $100 restricted buy-in or the $200 restricted buy-in games because I feel like it's not true no limit hold'em.
Well, it's not true no limit.
Exactly, and I guess it's the same sense of the $5,000 buy-in
But I
game.
think that's the thing, though. I mean, if you don't like the game, fine, but I think it's a different game. Restricted buy-in no limit is a different game from real no limit, or unrestricted buy-in no limit is a different game from limit.
Oh, 100%.
So I think that I could play a restricted buy-in no limit game. I mean, you got to say a lot of those guys at the table don't have a lot of no limit cash game experience.
Right.
How much experience do they have at restricted buy-in no limit games? If you consider that a third game,
Right.
None, right?
Yeah, of course they're probably going to call with suited connectors
Yeah.
and stuff there where they don't have the right implied
Right.
odds.
Right.
Small pairs. And look at this little shot of Maury. Maury's a local pro.
Ed has raised here to 150 with King Jack of clubs. And he's not going to get called.
Interesting here. We lost Andrew. We lost Jesus there. The game's kind of tightened up a little bit.
Oh,
and Jesus had a quick double up and left, huh?
I don't know where Corporation Mike is, but I heard that he was coming into the game. I'm getting word that he's coming.
Coming very slowly.
Yes. And again, people say, where is Jonas? Huh?
Yeah, I've saw Jonas a couple of times at a couple of different casinos playing very big no-limit games.
Yeah, maybe he's moved up and he plays more 20, 40, 50, 100.
He plays a lot of 20, 40, and 50, 100.
Yeah.
And routinely buys in for about 20 to 30 grand.
You gotta play this game, man. You gotta gamble here. Let me see why I raised. Oh, okay.
I'll check to you.
Well, we're heads up here. Look like Ron brought it in for raise with 7-6 offsuit. Oh, actually, Ed raised. And now Ed's picked up a flush draw. And went check on the flop. And it goes check on the turn. And now the river's an ace, and Ed has the best hand. And it goes check on the river.
That's a bigger one.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah. Ace Jack had a pretty big draw there. King Queen. 3 diamonds on board.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Button is in seat 2. Small blind is in seat 3. Big blind is in seat 4. Blinds are 10 and 20. Ron Rose there's got the button.
Yeah, he really does look like BB, doesn't he? Kind of has the same posture, too.
Yeah, a little bit. BB-like.
Limped around here 5 ways. 7-5-3. Couple of spades. Or in WPT language, 7-5 tray.
7-5
Couple of
tray.
spades, yeah.
Is that how Steve wants you to say it?
Tray and deuce.
Did he really say that to you, Steve?
Well, Linda Johnson told me it, but I'm sure that
Linda Johnson said he likes it being called tray, or she likes it.
She said that they wanted to keep it standard. So.
Standard.
Yeah.
So it's deuce
and tray.
And tray.
Yep.
Not 2.
Right.
But deuce and tray.
Right.
Is it 4 or like quattro? It is 4.
No, it's 4.
4. Cinco.
The turn is an 8.
Ocho.
Ed's going to bet here again on the 7. And BB
What is
calls.
BB in there with?
BB calls. He's got a...
Now he's got the open-ended, but...
Yeah, he's open-ended with the 6.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And the river's a deuce. That's not going to do it.
A 2?
250.
And bets again. 250. BB folds. Did you have a BB gun when you were little, Dave?
A BB gun?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Actually, I had like an air...
Well, you're from
like
upstate New York. You're shooting small squirrels, going around hunting for the rabbit, for the family, that type of thing.
Deer.
Deer.
Venison. You know, what are you, small. What's the small crap? Come on, I mean, like, I'm talking like big deer. Throw them over the shoulder and bring them home. Bring home dinner. Come on, I got the lumberjack thing on.
And
I
I'm
was
sure
4
a
years
BB
old.
gun is going to kill a deer.
Exactly. Hey, my air rifle.
Yeah,
I
I
had to
think so.
really
You
pump
hit
it.
him over the head with the gun more than shoot him.
Yeah, you know. There we go. I had to pump it up a couple times.
Barry's going to raise him.
No, I'm not
nines.
I'm not a big hunter. I do love fishing, to be honest. Love fishing. But
Everyone's going to call here.
hunting is not my cup of tea.
$80 raise, and we've got 4 people in there. So it's a $330 pot there with the blinds. BB's going to call with 9-10 of spades. Mo's in there with ace-6 of hearts. And Ed's
Button
in
is
there
in
with
seat
7-10.
3 right now. I think seat 4.
And the flop comes 4, 6, 8. Wow, a couple people have got straight draws. Mo's got a pair.
Barry's still in the lead here, though.
200.
And Mo's going to bet 200 here
If
with
you're
ace
Barry
6.
here, you got to. It's a good time to raise it up. Pot's about $500, right? Be a good time to call it 200 and maybe raise it 5.
There we go.
Raise.
Well, there you go.
So he's raised it to 600.
There you go. It's a nice raise there. Gets the draws out. I don't think Ed can call. I don't even think Mo can call.
Nope. There you
And
go.
he takes it down. And we're talking about a $500 pot that he takes down.
Yeah. You can't smooth call in that spot. It's like any other overpair.
Exactly.
You know.
Your hand is far too vulnerable.
Yeah.
No limit hold'em, like most poker games. Aggression is really paid off. It's raise or fold, generally speaking. Or in Dr. Beebe's case, check and hope they bet. I still can't get over the fact that he checked it. He never actually bet with quads.
Nope. Well, he only had one street to bet the quads, but he never bet the trips either.
I mean, he had ace-king. The flop comes out king blank.
Yeah, check, call.
And he never put $1 in voluntarily. I mean,
Nope.
it was always just calling.
Yeah. Check,
Amazing.
call, check, check.
A couple of suited connector, a suited gap connector. And that would be a suited one gap connector.
959 on the flop.
Misses everybody.
I check.
200.
BB's going to bet with overcards here. King Jack. Well, Ed has a gut shot to the 6. He's going to muck.
I gotta tell you, I want to raise Dr. Beebe every time he bets. If he ever bets on the flop, I'm raising him.
Right, because you know that he doesn't have anything.
There's
Because
no
if
way.
he had a good hand, he would check it. Right,
exactly. There's no way he checks
Well,
that.
he hasn't always played that way. I mean, it just happens to be tonight. And again, some of those cards have been shown down. I mean, God, checking quads on the river. I mean, I understand you check to induce a bluff, but when you've got 3 cards of the same card out there, how can anybody bet there? Because you have the king.
Exactly.
You know, it's
even if somebody has, like I said, even if somebody
Yeah.
has a pocket pair and has a full
Yeah.
house, they're probably not going to bet unless they're trying to bet for value and think they might get called by a flush.
or I guess trying to bluff off something, but it's just.
Gets limped around here. 6-handed, $120 pot.
Let's play.
7, 10 ace, couple of diamonds.
And Dr. Beebe actually has a open-ended straight draw here. And I want to say Leo has the best hands, right?
Pocket deuces.
No, actually Alan has a pair of 7s.
Well, turns a 3. Now if you're BB, do you lead out here? Well, he's eating. Oh, he's going to lead. He's going to bet 100. I don't know if that's... Well, might be enough here because no one has anything.
Yeah, Alan's got the best hand, and he's going to throw it away.
Yeah.
See if Mo gets a read on him and calls. Nope, he doesn't.
Well, that would be
Beebe
one hell of
takes
a
down.
call.
Hey, we've seen Mo do it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we have. It's...
So. Yeah, it's been one heck of a night. I mean, we've got Ed calling off $3,000 with ace high. You know, we had Tony checking down the river, checking twice with a flush. Dr. Beebe with quads, checking. I mean, Kenneth James in the booth.
Alan, you've been a little quiet over there.
It's really nice of him to give us $100,000 each, huh?
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my mood goes.
One hell of a
in the game.
guy.
When there is action in the game, then I'll,
Limp, limp, limp again. And we're going to see a pot. 6 ways, $120 in the pot. Ace 5-3, 2 clubs. Mo's going to flush draw. Dr. Beebe has ace 10 on the button. He's going to bet
Used to be king, now they're
$300. Mo calls.
used to be spades, now they're flops.
Roll bluff.
Ed's got a gut shot. Oh, my goodness. Ed calls with Jack Deuce. Wow. And look at this. He hits his card. The turn's a 4 of spades.
He's not going to make any money
That
on
is
it, though.
unbelievable. He had 3 outs. Yeah. Like you said, he's chasing for 3 outs, and he's going to make no money. He bets 1,000. His implied odds were absolutely
And he didn't
nothing.
even check raise here. He bet straight out into it.
Yeah. Well, Mo has a gut shot and a club draw again. He could catch a 6 or a club.
And Ed didn't want to slow play it. I think he was scared of the clubs. It's one of those things. If you're scared of the clubs, why are you in there?
Yeah.
But
No, really. Jack high flush draw. They told me already. They told me you have Jack high flush draw.
yeah, and Mo heard us say that he had a jack high flush draw.
Yeah.
That's right. Ed's got a jack high flush draw, but with a deuce.
Jack high flush draw. I can't beat Jack high. Believe me, he has Jack high flush draw. I can't beat it.
Mo mucks, and Ed should turn over the jack of spades.
Nothing goes down there, Jack high draw.
Rabbit Cam shows a king of clubs, Dave. Mo would have made it.
Mo would have got there.
But again,
Ed kind of priced
how
it
much
out,
would he
though.
have been paid off even if he got there, you know? The No Limits game of implied
Who knows?
odds.
Who knows with Ed? I'm not sure.
I put on Jack high flush draw. But I have flush draw. If nothing shows, he's going to get Jack high and he's not winning.
And I got to tell you, I'm really excited. This is one of my favorite times of the year. First of all, I love fall. Leaves start to change. It's really cool. But this year, I've got hockey. I got football coming up in about a week. College season starts now. Then I got the NFL, and then on top of that, then hockey season's back. I'm very excited. I've been waiting for a while, obviously, for hockey.
We should just ship you off to Canada. Bot is limped around. Queen, Jack, 5. A couple people have queens here. Mo and Leo. And Leo bets 100 with queen deuce. Mo is on the button. Let's see if he raises here.
Leo's pretty tight here, so see how Mo plays it.
He's going to call.
Not a bad call. That call alone might stop Leo from betting.
Good plays.
Well, there's be a lot of scary cards that come here. Oh, the turn's a jack.
Well, if you have queen deuce, you can't beat anything.
And he bets 100 again. And now Mo could really use... Well, he's going to call.
Well, he's also looking at it going, I might not have the best hand either. This might go check on the river.
River's a 3. Yeah, probably. Yeah, check. Mo's going to take it down there with queen 9.
And they show the kicker first. And Mo's going to take it down. 9 plays. So I'm going to make a pretty public challenge to you, Bart, just so you can't back out of it. I'm actually going to, I will make you a wager that the Jets will have a better record at the end of the year than the New England Patriots.
Okay, what's the wager?
I'm going to let you think about it over the next couple of days. Season doesn't start for a week. You think about it, whatever you're comfortable with. But a little public wager.
Well, season starts in a week from yesterday.
Exactly.
For the
So
Patriots.
you've got a couple of days to think about it.
And of course, that's one win down right there. Raiders at Patriots. I mean, I don't know what the early game line on that is, but it's got to be over 10 points.
Right.
I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
But anyway, I just wanted to make this public challenge to you. So throw that out there, and if you want to put your money where your mouth is, we'll see.
Isaac says, I think it's only 3. Yeah, right. And pigs fly. Yeah, in your mind. Isaac. Yeah, Isaac, if you want to put a wager, I'll give you 3 points.
That's good.
Yeah.
We do it all here at Live at the Bike. Bookie, poker, you name it.
I'll definitely lay 3 points. 7-10. The turn is an 8. Third spade.
Barry's got an open-ended straight draw here.
So does BB.
And Allen has the only spade. And he's got a monster.
And the river is an 8.
Jack high is the best hand.
A la Alex Powers.
This is amazing. 6-handed, and Jack high is the best hand. Phenomenal. And look, one person just mucks. You never want to muck your hand. You never know. 9 high might win it. Look, Ron doesn't throw away
taking
deuce
so
4.
long.
Well, nobody thinks they have the winners. Nobody wants to throw it over. Ron is one of the few exceptions where he probably could have thrown his hand away with deuce 4.
Well, I mean, he plays the board, right?
Exactly.
But a few people played the board there.
Exactly. Wow.
Never imagined my Jack was
We try to provide a service here at Live at the Bike. Movie reviews, lumberjacking, poker.
Well, you ought to give me half of that podcast.
We'll book your bets. No problem.
It's always interesting to now that ESPN Classic has hopped on, putting on the wide world of sports from like 1979, and you see the 1979 Lumberjack Championship from Wausau, Wisconsin.
You watch that too? You watch that. You watch the Little League World Series. You watch Frosted Flakes commercials.
Oh, you had to watch the Frosted Flakes commercials if you were watching
You
Little
need a
League World
girl,
Series.
Bart.
C2 is raised here with Ace 10
Antonio?
offsuit out of the small blind.
Behind 5,000. I'm getting it running.
Dr. Beebe's going to call here with King Queen offsuit.
Well, usually not the type of hand you want to call with.
All right, and
He's in
it was
position.
Allen on the button here. I don't mind.
Pocket threes. Flop comes Ace 10-3 or King Queen 3. You could have a lot of money.
Without a doubt. And Ed is leaving. Ed's out of the house. Probably stuck about $5,500 for the night.
Ace 4 deuce, all diamonds. BB's got the nut flush draw. Ron's got top pair with a diamond redraw or draw. He bets 200.
Yeah, Allen's got the gut shot here.
Look at BB. I think he's going to raise.
1,000.
Yeah. He's made it 1,000, Dave.
I got to be honest. It's hard for me to believe it. It's really strange, but the way he's played today, and Ron obviously doesn't know this, but he's been slow playing everything.
But this is a tough call to make here with Ace 10. I mean, yeah, you get the 10 of diamonds in your hand, but
I mean, even earlier when he flopped trip sixes, it wasn't he who moved the money in, it was Allen who moved all the money. He just called. Wow.
Look at this. Wow, Ron's going to call.
What a read.
He's going to call. And the turn's a deuce.
That's a heck of a call there.
And look at this. He checks and BB moves all in here. And he's got to think that, Ron Rose just has a weak ace. And BB makes a strong play here.
You might even put Ron on any ace, but he might not have, obviously doesn't have a diamond with
Yeah.
the ace. Wow.
And
I mean,
BB's
think
got
about
a
it.
ton of money. He's got look at all those greens. Dave, the pot was about 2,300 before that, and he's moved all in. So now it's about 8,000, 6,000 for Ron to call, and Ron's got about 4,000 or 5,000 there.
Wow, and this is a play that I haven't seen from Dr. Beebe at all. Pulls this out of his buttocks. Wow. I mean, this is a heck of a play. It's really a tough call for Ron. Ron can't beat much, to be honest with you. Can't beat ace jack, can't beat ace queen, can't beat ace king.
Well, Ron's counting out the amount of chips. That's 25 right there.
Yeah, he can't beat a set.
He's got about
3,100,
3,500.
3,500.
Yeah, 3,500. It would cost him 3,500.
I mean, you think of the hands Ron can beat. Ron can only beat the king of diamonds. A naked king of diamonds, pretty much.
He's getting about 2-1 in the pot. So the pot would be about 6,500, 3,500 to call. And if he makes the call, it's going to be about a $10,000 pot.
This will be a hell of a call if he makes it. I mean, because this is really difficult.
Oh, and he calls, Dave. $10,000 in the middle of the table.
Wow.
And are they going to do a deal? No. Let's see the river. The river's a 5.
And Ron just doubles up.
And Ron's going to take it down. Oh, my. Wow.
Well, Ron must have picked up a read. I'm going to ask him later. He must have picked up a read against his twin brother there.
I made my straight on the river. I pocket threes.
And Alan says, I made my straight in the river, pocket 3s.
Yeah, he did.
You kept my three.
Wow, and Ron Rose just doubles up there, wins about a $10,000 pot.
Yep.
Wow. What a call. I mean, that's a really tough call. I mean, he can't really beat anything except a bluff.
Well, a semi-bluff.
Right.
Right.
He can't beat anything but a semi-bluff. Can't beat really any ace.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's 2,500. And 2,006.
And what could have been a wonderful, profitable night for Dr. Beebe with quad kings, all these different things, is going to turn into a really bad night for him. What a call. I mean, that's got to go. That's a Hall of Fame call there.
It's a big pot for this game, $10,000. Oh, wow.
30 chain.
Wait a second. Wait a second. What? Are you wrong?
And they didn't even talk about running a deal, Dave. Well, Ron actually said that he doesn't do deals either at this game because his bankroll. I think he said that.
Yeah.
He came on here one time.
That's it. You get the same hand.
And Dr. Beebe goes back to eating.
First of all, you wouldn't get the same hand.
And I guess that's a reason why you should probably just keep eating when you have a marginal hand.
You don't know why? He's a professional player, champion.
You know, every time I think of that rifle thing, you talk about getting the BB gun, I always think of Christmas Story.
From there. The cards are not getting.
The Christmas Story?
Yeah, you know, the guy gets the red. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
The red. What is it called? The red. Red Rider. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow, look at this. Beebe's limped in with the ace-4 offsuit here under the gun.
And I gotta say, I love everybody on 2+2, but Sykes is saying that hockey sucks. Sykes, you're talking to somebody from upstate New York. I live and breathe it. I'm sorry, but
Now, this is interesting, Dave. Now, seat 2 has raised with pocket 5s. The big blind probably, he raised it, I think, either 150. The big blind's probably only got about maybe 400 or 500 more. He's got ace-king. Would you move here, possibly?
or fold.
Yeah, would you just smooth call when you're that short chip?
Not with pocket 5s. What's the point?
No, he's got ace-king. Ron raised
Oh,
with
I
pocket
see.
5s. The other guy's got ace-king.
And did he re-raise?
No, he just smooth called. And BB calls with the ace-4. Wow. Allen's in there with 6-7. Queen, queen, 8. Ron still has the best hand here.
Hey, Antonio hasn't caught much today.
Who's got the button? Who's got the button? I'll face to you. Because he was waiting for it.
And Ron has the button.
I know exactly what you're
And having the button obviously means that he has position. He gets to act last in every round.
Wow, he checks it, Dave. Turns a 6, and now Allen has the best hand.
See, now this kind of hand, I think Ron has kind of said, okay, I got that many callers. I'm looking for a set or nothing. And when he didn't flop a set, he said, forget about it. I'm not even going to deal with it.
Now Allen bets 200 here. Well, going by that, I'm thinking he should fold here, right?
I would imagine he'd fold, but he's trying to get a read on Allen here. I mean, to me, if you're going to check that flop, well, you're pretty much giving the hand away. And sure enough, he does. I remember what Kathy said. She said, if I play a hand weakly, I kind of give it up. I don't want to go broke on it. And when I say Kathy, I refer to Kathy Liebert,
Look at
one of our favorites here.
He's going to call with the ace-king.
Wow.
So he could catch an ace, a king, or an 8.
Yes.
For him here on the river. And the river is a 3.
3 won't do it.
No, 2 pair. Read the board.
And Allen's pair of sixes there is going to take it down.
Now he shows the ace king to his buddy, like in disgust, like but it's only ace king. It's a drawing hand. You know, you're not going to get a pair every single time. You know, a board of queen, queen, 8-6. What part of that board do you like? Wow, what a night! All this excitement, I got to pee. I'm like a little girl.
Oh, we already knew that. Oh, sorry.
I'm just getting lucky.
And then you bet the
I'm
bottom
just getting
pair
lucky.
200. There's hair on the board.
Oh, Dave. I'm gonna have to wait to have this comment on 2+2 that someone just posted up.
I suggest you go down to Mexican poker then.
I'm trying my best.
I'll have to wait till Dave comes back.
He'll teach you. Or the 2-4 is a good table to go with.
That's why I don't play Mexican poker. I don't want to get punished though.
Three players.
Three-way action here.
Alan. Mike says you're the worst player.
Ace, Jack, 7. And Leo's going to bet here with absolutely nothing in position. And he's going to take it down.
Okay, Mike's coming for one. Is there anybody for the other one? Thank you, Ryan. Blinds up, please. Blinds up. Blinds up.
Button is in seat 4.
70.
Barry's going to bring this one in under the gun for 70 with Queen 10 offsuit. Alan calls with Jack 10 offsuit. Leo calls with King 9. Or Leo calls with 5-6 of spades. And we're going to see three-way action here. It's about a $230 pot. Flop is an ace. 8-8. Leo's picked a flush draw up. Let's see if Barry fires here. He's the original racer.
Bet 100.
He's going to bet 100. Kind of a weak bet. Now, Alan folds here. Let's see if Leo, if Leo raised it here to 200 or 250, he might take it down.
Okay, raise 190.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to make it 300 straight.
190.
And I don't think Barry can call. And I love the play there by Leo. He could be doing it with an 8. He could be doing it with an ace. He could be doing it with a flush draw. And Barry has absolutely nothing here. And I can't imagine that he's going to make this call. $100 bet on the flop, and he mucks it. And there you go, Leo takes it down. Dave, I want to say, Whale Cough on 2+2 says, if hockey sucks so much, how come they signed a deal with the major television network OLN?
Exactly.
Which actually I think is the network that Tour de France is on.
Is he being sarcastic?
I would think so.
Oh. I mean, hey, to each their own. I love it.
Actually, you know what? Hockey is it's probably, I have to say I'm from Boston too, so hockey's big there. It's probably the best spectator sport live to go to in terms of going there and watching it. I don't necessarily think it's the best TV sport. Whereas football, it's not a great spectator sport to go there. I mean, the tailgating is great, but to go there and watch it, whereas it works great on TV.
Right.
BB's got top pair here, 4-8-10, 2 spades.
I mean, I like going to any venue. I mean, I can go to a football game, a baseball game, soccer, hockey. I love anything. Anytime you go to a venue, I think it's fabulous. And watch it live.
And Alan has top pair as well, and he's got a BB out kicked. King 10 against Queen 10, heads up to the
Let's
turn.
see if BB goes on tilt here.
Turn to 4.
$110.
He bets 110 here again.
And BB's going to need an ace or a queen. on the river. An ace will chop it up.
And the river's a queen. Wow.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
A 10 obviously also.
And Allen bets 220. And BB just calls, Dave. He just calls. Wow.
How do you just call that?
I don't get how you can just call. Are you scared of the 4?
Wow.
Well, I was listening to Kenna for a second there, and he was talking about Andrew's play. And he said one problem with Andrew's play, and he said it right away, just in 2 hands. He said this guy is going to win a lot of win very little money on his big hands, but lose a lot on his bad hands, right? On his second best hands. And sure enough, look at Dr. Beebe here. He wins little on his big hands. He gets 2 pair there, where he probably at least could have won $300 or $400 more. And then he gets killed when he has second best. Well, in that case, obviously a draw, and he missed it.
I think he could easily put in a pretty nice size value raise there on the river, Dave.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
The pot's $500-$600. Why not?
Yeah.
Be tough at that point for Allen to get away from it.
Ron Rose.
Mixing it up a little bit?
He's raised to 60 with 5-7 offsuit. He does this sometimes out of position with inferior hands. Not necessarily recommended, but he's going to get called by, looks like, Antonio there with the ace-3 of spades.
Obviously, his reading abilities, he's very good at reading other players. And if you can read players, you can play, inferior hands because you can kind of put what they have.
And Allen's going to call with 6-8. So got about a $250 pot here going to the flop. King, queen, king. Antonio's got the nut flush draw.
Well, Dr. Beebe's flop trips again. Let's see what he does this time.
He checks it.
There you go. Surprise, surprise.
Turns a 5.
I love Dr. Beebe. He's a really nice guy.
Allen bets.
He is playing like a donkey tonight.
We have 560 stand, right?
Antonio calls, it looks like. And now Beebe's got to raise, right?
No,
he just calls again, Dave? What's going on here in the Twilight Zone? What's going on? He's got king 9. And the river is a spade, and Antonio gets there.
I don't even know what to say.
And he bets 200.
Yeah, and Dr. Beebe's got a smooth call. Of course he wouldn't raise.
Beebe calls. Allen mucks the bluff. And Antonio turns over ace-3.
And I'm actually a little worried.
And he shows it. He shows the king 9, Dave.
I'm actually a little worried about Dr. Beebe. Maybe he's not feeling well. I'm not sure. But this is really unlike him. He's just not playing like himself today at all. Anyway, back to sports. I was going to say, personally, I love going to any venue. I mean, I've been to soccer matches. I did the Premiership. I've seen Chelsea live. It was great. I've seen football games live. Baseball games are even great live because you go there, you get a couple of beers, sit there, you have a good time. Now, on TV, to me, the game has to be a lot better. Obviously, I know hockey has its limitations on TV. Since I'm a big hockey player and fan, I love watching it on TV. I love watching football on TV as well. Besides that, it's difficult for me to get excited about something on TV. I can watch a good soccer match on TV if I have a rooting interest, like I'm rooting for Chelsea.
What about the U.S. team? You don't watch the World Cup qualifiers, Dave? Come on. The U.S. team is the most underrated team going right now. I love U.S. soccer, I got to tell you. I
got to be honest with you. I'm being married to a Brit. I'm kind of biased, and the British are far superior to Americans in soccer. And I root for him.
Heads up here. Queen 4. Well, I'm not going to go so far as to say that the U.S. team is better than the British team, but...
Oh, it's not even close.
Actually, it is. It's closer than you think. And they weren't further last time in the World Cup than the British team. Barry's picked up the nut flush draw. And the U.S. goalies...
And who else in the hand here?
It's Barry and seat 5.
Seat 5, new player here.
And he mucks.
Okay, let's get
U.S. goalies, Dave. They're kind of some of the top goalies in the world. Casey Keller plays in the Premiership. Brad Friedel plays in the Premiership.
They've
got a guy who's plays for Manchester United.
No, the U.S. team is obviously a very good team, and in soccer, please, every game's going to be 2-0 or 1-0 anyway, so they're all close. But if England played the United States 10 times, England would probably win 8 out of 10 times.
You know what? I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
You don't have to. No need for you to agree.
I think the U.S. outplayed the Germans last year in the quarterfinals badly. And they...
where did the Germans get in here?
Well, because this was in the World Cup last year. I mean, last time.
Five players.
Pot is limped around here. 6-3-6. Allen's got trip sixes.
Now he's on the button. See how he plays it here. Now the new player in seat 5.
He bets 100 with pocket deuces.
Yeah, we'll call him Ed for now, but it's not Ed.
Well, Allen just smooth calls with trips.
Well, it was heads up already.
Turns a 10.
And he's good.
Gonna bet 400 here. And Allen just smooth calls
Hey, I don't
again.
mind the smooth call again.
And the river is a 6, and Allen's made quads now.
Well, Ed can't beat anything.
And look at this, he pushes all in against quads. Only at Live at the Bike, Dave. Only at Live at the Bike.
One of my favorite sayings. I love when people move into my nuts. Speaking of that, I just want to say hi to my wife at home. Here you go, honey. I hope you're proud.
You know exactly what I had.
Wow. But I see, and that's one of the few cases where I actually like the slow play. There was no point in betting. There was no point in raising him. Allen had position on him. Allen had the button, and he had position there, and there was no need to raise the guy to the pot. If the guy was going to continue bluffing into you, let him bluff. And if there ever was just a way to just throw $1,000 away, that was it, huh? Flop of 6-6-3, and the guy just kept betting and betting and betting.
You see what he had? Pocket deuce.
70.
Didn't matter what he had for me.
Seat 3 is made at $70 to go.
Ace Queen there. Seat 3 and Leo. He's under the gun there. The button is in seat 2.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Can I have a peach 50 cents? Thank you, sir. It doesn't matter.
Color change, please.
But as for watching sports, I mean, to me, like watching baseball on TV, unless you have a real rooting interest or it's the playoffs or something, that's like watching paint dry.
6-8 offsuit.
But hey, like I said, it's to each their own.
Especially when they hit. Show them the 6
$90.
I'm playing my Rushmore.
Oh, Mo's got pocket kings, and he makes it $80 to go. And Allen's been coming in some questionable hands here, Dave. He calls it 7-8 offsuit in seat 1. Leo's going to come in with 8-9 of clubs, and Mo's got pocket kings.
3 players.
And it's about a $250 pot. Deuce 8-6. Well,
Mo's still in the charge here.
yeah. Allen and Leo both have top pair. Allen calls, and now if you're Leo, he calls. So we got a little pot here. $850 in the pot. It turns a 3, and now Leo's picked up a monster top pair and a flush draw.
And he needs a club, a 9, or an 8.
And Mo bets 800,
which is about the pot size.
So now the pot's 1,600. Now Allen's really. I mean, would Mo take 2-5?
No, I mean, but the problem is, if you're Allen, Leo called behind me, and that's why I can't call anymore, really.
He's telling me, go ahead and pull that stupid card. Don't chase me and give me bad food.
And it's just interesting, you know. Sometimes.
Allen mucks. And let's see what Leo does here. Leo's got chips behind him, Dave. And you wonder if he makes a really strong move. Does he have enough to get Mo off of the hand?
I don't think so.
I don't think he does.
Mo's not one. He does lay down big hands, obviously, but I don't think he's going anywhere.
Well,
we'll see.
Let's see how much it is. This would be a tough call.
All in.
And he's going to move all in.
Wow, and how much more is it?
Let's see how much it is. Let's bring the 800 in.
Looks like another like 1,200, I'm going to guess.
And Mo doesn't really have enough left. That's the issue, Dave. I mean,
There you
Mo
go.
only has 500 left.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a 1,600.
Yeah.
We're talking about a $3,000 pot or so, 500 to win 3,000.
Yeah.
You know, even if you put the guy on 2 pair,
Yeah.
you know, you've got outs. There's no straight out there. The only thing you're really worried about is a set.
Yeah, and he's going to make the call.
Make a deal or you want to let it go?
Moses, you want to make a deal?
3 times? Huh? 3 times?
What do you have?
Oh, you want to see my hand first?
Yeah.
Oh, you get deal,
Let's see if they're going to make a deal here, Mo. Dave.
Seems unfair here. Wait, Leo gets to see Mo's hand and then decide?
Yeah, no. It's all the same, though.
Right, but it's just kind of interesting how he does it there.
3 times.
We're going to run
very
it 3
accepting.
times, so the pot's going to be chopped up 3 times into 3 pots. Well, Mo wins the first one.
Alan would have got there, and he shows.
Yeah.
Okay, this is mine. Let's go. One more time. First.
River's a queen. Mo wins that one. Leo needs to catch an 8 or a club, and the river's a 10, and Mo wins them all.
Hey, run it 3 more times.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll work. And Mo gets the whole pot. And running it more than once, obviously, is a way to hedge their bets, obviously, when it's a big pot. And in this case, it was about a $3,500 pot. And in that case, you know, you'd imagine that Mo, in most cases, would win 2 out of 3 times. But hey, this time it was 3 out of 3. And one thing I always find interesting, you know, you and I obviously we're critical of some people's play and we're praiseworthy of some people's play when we're talking about, you know, somebody making a great call with ace high or somebody, you know, making a terrible call with ace high. And obviously, you know, there's a fine line because you can look like an idiot and a genius making the same exact play just on a different hand. But there are some plays when we're watching this, it's just, to me, it's really obvious. Obviously, I'm seeing the cards. But sometimes it's really obvious, though, checking and calling with bad hands, with ace high, like Ed did earlier. Or in the case where Ron just called with a pair of aces there, which was just a fabulous read, I guess. I honestly do not think I could have made that call with ace 10. Do you think you could have made that call? For $5,000?
Against BB.
With ace 10? I mean, almost against...
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
Short of playing against Jesus, you know, you're looking at it going, what can I beat? I can't
Well, I
even beat
wonder
ace
if
jack.
Ron took into account that he had the 10 of diamonds in his hand, too. That comes into the range of things. That if BB had 2 pair, that he's got outs to a 10 or a diamond as well.
I don't think I think he thought he was ahead. I don't think he's going to call that much. I mean, I don't think he's going to call that much.
No. But again, you have to put somebody on a range of hands, Dave, right? So it's like, you know, if he just has the king of diamonds, I'm way ahead. If he has 2 pair, you know, I may have outs.
Right.
Well, Corporation Mike, I believe, is coming to the table.
Oh, we'll get him for the
that
last
strut right there.
We'll get him for the last 15, 20 minutes of our
Looks like
webcast.
he's wearing a pink shirt too. There he is.
And once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Zuckman here with Bart Hansen. We're playing No Limit Hold'em. $1,000 minimum buy-in. Most players have much more than that. The blinds are $10 and $20. Right now, Dr. Beebe has the button in seat 7. And I think they're just going to chop it up. Yeah. Move on. I want to congratulate Jennifer Tilley for winning the World Poker Tour Ladies Invitational last night. She won a seat into the Bellagio World Poker Tour Championship, right?
Ah, it's $25,000.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, she wins $25,000 in cash.
And that.
No, I don't think she wins a seat.
Oh, I thought she won a seat.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she does win a seat as well? Oh, I'm sorry. That's all she wins is the seat.
She wins
I thought it
the
was
seat, which is worth $25,000.
Okay.
And she could parlay that. I mean, she's having a hot year.
Yeah.
You know, she's red hot. So. And we get our old player in, the guy who's not named Ed, who bluffed all his money off to Allen with pocket deuces. He's coming back.
What happened to
Cincinnati, man. Never half the reason I wanted to sit down. Yeah, well, you should have been. Jesus left. I don't know. He won a few hands and then decided to split. I guess it wasn't like that. Yeah. Him and Gore.
And Ed? Okay. 4 players.
Ed, I think he had an appointment. He said he was dinner or something.
And Ed lost.
Here we go.
He took money, but he lost.
Four-way action here.
5,000 first. And then
It's like
5,000 behind.
Yeah. No.
BB's got top pair there with King Jack.
Bet 60.
Look at Corporation Mike. He's going to come in right away. He's going to bet on second pair. $60 bet. BB calls. And again, I would think at that spot, if I had King Jack, I would probably raise Mike. But he smooth calls, and he's going to see what happens.
Yeah.
Turns a queen.
Now he's picked up the...
Yeah, Mike's got a flush draw now, too, and Mike throws a mini bet out there. Again, it kind of smells like a defensive bet. Now, BB's got an open-ended straight draw, too, with top pair, but he just calls. And the river is a jack. It's a one-liner to a straight. Knight checks. BB's going to turn over, king's up, and he's going to take it down.
I think he actually said nice catch.
Now, it's funny, we keep getting these tidbits in here about the NHL, and Kev Math writes that OLN gave the NHL $135 million for 2 years. How much is it for football?
Oh,
like $2 billion a year or something?
Oh, it's like $8 billion.
Yeah, I know. It's got to be 10 or 20 times less than football.
Oh, hockey's got a lot of making up. I mean, like I said,
yeah,
I'm
it's
a
just
huge
really
ice
not.
hockey fan.
The thing is, it doesn't really translate all that well to television. It
Yeah,
really
I mean,
doesn't.
I understand people saying that. To me, it doesn't make sense because obviously I know the game very well. But I understand when people say that it doesn't translate well. But.
Remember when hockey did that thing with the puck where they lit the puck up and then if it shot over 70 miles an hour and give like this red streak?
That was so stupid.
No, the problem is that if the puck is on the board closest to the camera, you can't see it.
Right. Well, some people say that people that don't know hockey say it's really hard to follow the game. They say this puck is too small.
And especially if you're far away from the TV. I mean, you got to, it's.
Like I say, I don't really care what anybody else thinks about it. I'm going to watch it. Somebody else doesn't want to watch it. You know, I don't work for the NHL, so I don't really care what their ratings are. I have no vested interest in it.
2 players.
Heads up here, ace-9 against 8-9. Queen 6-6 on the flop.
So Ron is not in there.
Turn is a 6. Check, check. River's a king. Ace high is going to be good here.
And Aaron is his name. And Aaron is now bought in for what looks like
5,000.
Wow. What was that? Like a little $1,000 teaser start with that?
Yeah. Oh, and Leo has ace 3 there. Oh, that's actually Antonio in seat 4. I see. That's the problem. It was chop chop. Ace 3 against ace 9 there. Sorry about that, folks.
Is there a seat in 6120?
Yeah, I thought the funny thing, though, was actually DirecTV wanted to charge like $149 for the hockey package.
Yeah.
I was like, $149? I wanted to like call him up and go, okay, I'll give you like 15.
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, hockey, though, I mean, before the 90s was just pretty much it was basically covered locally. Local affiliates covered their home teams. And
I still think it's very...
you don't necessarily need to have a national network except to cover the Stanley Cup. Why do you need to... I mean, it's not like football. You don't need a network doing that. You know, it's just...
Not at all.
Bet 50.
8-5-7 here, a couple of diamonds.
Aaron in the lead here with top pair.
He bets 50 with king 8.
Mike's got overcards. He's going to throw it away. And Antonio throws away his deuce 9.
TV 38 in Boston, WSBK, which is actually a superstation, which I don't know if people out there, some people get it on their cable stations outside of the New England area. But picked that up, saw the Bruins games.
Well, hockey's always been, I mean, a lot of sports are like that. Hockey is very, like, northeast, central north, Chicago area, Canada. Don't try to force feed it to a bunch of, well, it's about to say something. I bit my tongue there, but well, actually, I'm not going to bit my tongue.
And here come the rankings, the world rankings. I was going to bring this up to you, but I knew that you would say, it didn't matter. That the U.S. is actually ranked 6th in the world right now, and England is ranked 7th.
Oh, rankings mean crap. Okay.
Actually, the U.S. has a big game, a big World Cup qualifier game against Mexico, home, coming up this week. I believe it's on
has the
September
U.S. done
4th.
anything significant in the World Cup? In how many years?
Well, they made it to the quarters last year. England has never even won a World Cup.
Actually, they won. I believe. Actually,
or maybe they won in '68 or something like that. I don't think they've won. They haven't won. Actually, now I'm going to say that.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Perry's going to bet here with the king, and he takes it down. And actually, England, the last couple they didn't even make it when the U.S. held the World Cup in '94. In '98, they were bounced out, I believe, by Argentina. I don't even know if they made the second round. I think they got bounced out in the first match of the second round.
The guy bets in first position. Must have ace queen or ace king. I raised. Diablo went all in. How much? Like 10,000. 15,000. Wow. I called him. He had ace 6. Wow. He had 6 full aces. Flopped the boat. 6 full aces left. He flopped it. Like a $15,000 pot.
When I get my mother-in-law, my father-in-law on the show, I'll come combative with my English.
Three's got pocket aces, and he didn't raise. It's limped around. He was in late position too.
And that's a terrible
That's
flop.
Leo on the cutoff, and 9-8-7 all hearts, and he doesn't have the ace of hearts.
Well,
no one
Aaron
has a heart.
Aaron has flopped flush though. I mean, I'm sorry, a straight. I believe, right? 10. No, he's not. Okay.
No, but Ron's got 2 pair though. 7-8. And look at this. No, Leo gets away from the hand, and rightly so. He didn't raise. He mucks the hand quickly, Dave. Ron bet and Leo mucked aces like it was nothing. And now Antonio has raised with ace 9.
Wow.
And Ron calls. And Ron is in the lead here. Turns a 5. Ron checks. I just don't. How do you not raise with aces? The river's
especially in
big.
the cutoff seat.
Yeah. And now it goes check, check, and Ron's going to take it down there with 7-8.
Wait, he didn't raise with aces in the cutoff seat?
Nope. Had aces in the cutoff seat. Did not raise.
Wow.
Good hand there, Mr. Rose.
Yeah, I mean, you limp it in an early position with a big hand to try to pop a re-raise, right? There's almost no reason to not raise with aces.
Well, not if you get 3 or 4 callers in before you.
No, what I'm saying is you limp in early position with a high pair so you can pop a re-raise from out back, not from the cutoff.
Yeah, well, once in a while, if nobody's entered the pot, you want to be a little tricky and you want to limp in late position, but nobody else has entered the pot already, and you think you're only going to take it against the blinds, okay, well, maybe you can. I don't advocate it, but I can understand it at least. But if you get 3 or 4 limpers, I don't really understand limping in then in late position.
Yeah, you called a big raise with it. I mean, that's why I was shocked, yeah. Wasn't right for 5 players. So I got up after that and left.
5-way action.
How did Diablo
10-4-7, couple of hearts.
Over $30,000 hand?
That's what I'm saying. You went all in on a flush draw. He had absolutely nothing. He had a flush draw.
Oh, a different hand.
And the guy Mark, I think he's like president of Callaway.
100.
He called him with ace king. It was unbelievable.
Ace king, nothing.
Ace king. The flop comes.
Oh, before the flop.
The flop comes 4-5-8. With 1 club.
Looks like
And this guy raised pre-flop. Diablo called him on the flop.
10 deuce there. Aaron's going to bet with top pair, and he's going to take it down.
Another club.
And it's interesting. I'm going to answer, actually. Rarely do we answer Jive. But I'm going to actually answer Jive on 2+2 here. And he was referring to, help me out with the name here. Positively Fifth Street. Jim McManus.
McManus, yeah.
When he had a big hand, Ace King versus TJ Cloutier's Ace 9, and he said that he just called and called and called. And obviously, No Limit Hold'em is a game of feel. It's a game of reading players. Right. We just saw Ron Rose call $10,000 pot there with just a pair of aces and a 10 kicker, with 3 diamonds on the board. And it's a game of feel. It's a game of reading players.
I think Jive's point was that we were all over Ed for making a call with Ace Queen, saying that it was a real donkey move, but then we praised Ron for making the right move of calling with Ace High. But in this case, it was his top pair, which is a little different.
Well, no. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I would not have called. If I was in
Right.
Ron's case, unless I really got a read on the player I was playing against, it's a really tough call. I don't think I would have made that call. But, hey, it's a great read by Ron.
Yeah.
Praise to him. Great play.
Pocket nines here is in the lead, 4-7-7. Antonio Reyes pre-flop, and he's going to continue with the lead. He's going to bet 180.
I think he's going to take it down.
I think his point, though, again, Dave, was that we were giving Ed a hard
Right.
time.
But in Ed's case, and I'll just point out,
Yeah.
in Ed's case, to me, actually, it looks like Alan's going to call this. Wow.
Well, he's got a pair of fours.
And I'll get back to Ed in a second here after this.
And he makes the call, Dave, and he's drawn real slim. 6 wouldn't help him. A 10 comes on the turn. Check, check. And the river is a 4. Look at that. Alan sucks out. Oh, goodness.
Well,
He
good.
bet-
At least he sucks out. He doesn't forget to bet.
He bets 500. Yeah, exactly. He bets 500.
How often time have we seen somebody suck out and they go, oh, check it? Alan kind of played it like he had a 7, though. But Antonio looks like he's going to pay off.
And
anyway.
he's going to be heartbroken when Alan turns over the hand.
Yep.
Oh, man. That's brutal.
Well, it was interesting, Antonio. He forgot to bet on the turn.
Yep.
Now back to Ed's thing when he was calling down, and just for those of you at home that don't know what's going on, Ed called off about $5,000. It was literally about an $8,000 pot. I want to say $4,000 each player with Barry. Barry had raised with pocket jacks, and Ed had ace queen offsuit. First of all, calling a big raise with ace queen offsuit pre-flop. I don't like the play right there to start off with. It's an easily dominated hand, and we point out all the time. Ace queen, it's not like you're going to disguise your hand. If you hit your ace, the jacks are going to get away from it. And then the check call the entire way. To me, I'm looking at Barry. Barry doesn't really bluff that often. I thought it was pretty much of a donkey play.
Well, this is going to be our last hand of the night. And Leo's got pocket queens. But here we go. Ron Rose raises with ace-9 of diamonds, and Leo smooth calls with the queens. Seat 5 and seat 6 are in there now.
Leo's like the Mexican version of Dr. Beebe.
Tonight, yeah. Oh, boy. And Alan's going to come in the party as well, it looks like.
How about an ace-queen 3 flop?
5-way action. About a $500 pot. Flop comes Jack 7-4. We got to see Alan's cards over there in seat 1. Alan checks. Remember, Ron has the betting lead, as Barry Greenstein would say, with ace-9.
I checked. I didn't know. I was hoping that
Alan has 10-7 offsuit.
And it did. I knew you didn't have the 7.
And Ron bets a pretty weak bet here, and Leo's going to move all in over the top. Doesn't have much more.
Let's see if Aaron gets away from it. He's got top pair.
He's got top pair. A bet and a raise.
790.
790. Aaron, we have to call 790 cold here with Jack 9.
He's got no clubs. And he lays it down.
Mike is going to muck. What did happen?
790.
Alan, 790. Oh. And I can't see. Well, let's see how much more it is. To Ron. Looks like it's
Another $500 to Ron.
Ron is going to
get rid of it, huh?
Take it down, and that's going to do it for us
What
tonight.
a night, huh?
What a night.
Wow.
So, thank you, everyone, for joining us again. Dave, we had a 10-20 no-limit game tonight, and it was pretty chock full of action. What did you think about tonight's play?
Yeah, action would be definitely Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone.
Definitely.
It was a bit of a strange show. We saw Dr. Beebe make some questionable slow plays.
Yeah.
And, of course, some other questionable plays as well.
Yeah.
But, of course, you can tune in tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Pacific time for another game, probably 3 to 500 no limit or 510 no limit. And next week, Wednesday through Saturday from 6 to 10, until we change the week after that to Monday through Friday from 6 to 9. And on a more serious note, we want to send our best wishes out to everyone that has been affected by the hurricane in the southern part of the U.S., New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, and we want to encourage people to donate money to the Red Cross and watch the Labor Day telethon that will be going on, held in this country in the next couple days. So for David Tuckman and everyone in the booth, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
420.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.